Hello, everybody out there in internet land. Here we are, the Miami International Science Fiction Film Festival, day 5. Woo, boy, we've got a real lineup for you today. This will be very, very interesting. And what we have in day 5, you probably have already watched some of the microdocs which have been playing. And additionally, you have been watching some of the children's films as well. And we have lots of really awesome things coming down the pipe. We also have a NASA lecture today, which should be really exciting. It's on the James Webb Telescope. In addition, we have some feature films. We got an awesome documentary film about called Tune Into the Future, which is about 100 years before the internet. A self-declared tech guru started preaching about the future to his flock of outsiders. Meet the most influential nerd you will have ever heard of, and that's Hugo Gernsback. And this is an awesome documentary film that we highly recommend you. If you're into sci-fi, you're going to enjoy this. That starts at 1 o'clock, and of course, it will continue being offered throughout the remainder of the festival. In addition, we have Alvaro Garcia Martinez, How to Direct Virtual Worlds. That is just now getting started. It's a very good workshop, which I highly recommend. In addition, we have Star Trek The Animated Series and Trexpertise Q&A. This will be going on today, which is if you're into Trexpertise, Star Trek, Kyle Sullivan and Katie Boyer are like no other. Very, very good. We also have another feature called Parallel Minds. Parallel Minds is in the near future. Technology firm Red Eye is on the verge of developing a revolutionary contact lens that records human sight to replicate memories. Okay, this was actually shot somewhere in Canada, in the near the Northern Territories, Alberta area. It's a very good film, and it's also one of the Russell Bates nominees. Very good film. We also have Deep In, which is a Chinese sci-fi set in deep space, a huge visual effects set and special effects. It's a very nice arc-driven story that will keep you on the edge of your seat throughout the whole film. It's awesome. That's a very good film. I highly recommend that one. We have 1, 2, 3, 4 short film blocks today, including an adult animation block. Very exciting. We also have another lecture about Katambo's 7 Spheres of Society concept. So if you remember the short film Katambo that came to us a few years ago from Kenya, this is a lecture that Willis himself will be providing, giving us a lot more background and insight to this framework of how to run a country. Very interesting. In addition, we have another virtual productions for science fiction, part 2, which is scheduled for this afternoon. That was added because of the demand from yesterday. There was so much demand that we had to add another slot. So that one is going on as well this afternoon. Any questions, please reach out to us via social media or in our group chats, and one of the staff will be happy to entertain you. All right, going forward, we have Dan Klink. How you doing, Dan?
Hey, man, I am great, and I'm so happy to be here. How you doing, Troy?
Very good, very good. And this is the best Saturdays of our lives, the children's best time. When you're a kid watching Saturday shows, you definitely were in this. And now we have a podcast, which Dan from Thunder Talk is bringing to MiSciFi. So tell us a little bit about Thunder Talk and the best Saturdays of our lives.
All right. Well, I can tell you that the better half, and by better half, I mean the better 90% of best Saturdays of our lives, is having some technical difficulties on his end. His antennas, he needs to go up on the roof, fix his antenna. So hopefully we'll be able to get him in here. Best Saturdays of Our Lives podcast. The nucleus of it would be Mark McRae's book. He published it a few years ago. Gets into the marketing strategies, the programming strategies, kind of the behind the scenes, the mechanics, if you will, behind Saturday Morning. The podcast, we ramp that up and go everywhere else with it.
Yeah.
It's all about kind of getting behind the scenes, showing how the sausage is made, while at the same time going sideways like we do on Thunder Talk. With Thunder Talk, we go sideways on everything else. And we, use a lot of foul language over there, and we get super political sometimes. We have live music. It's Thunder Talk's all over the place. It's rad, though. It's the show you should be watching after the Miami Sci-Fi International Film Festival wraps up. And by watching, I mean watching with your ears.
Well, just to get you started here, what in the world is this? What's this?
Oh, that's Star Trek, the animated series. That's
right.
That's generally reserved for Command. That color.
Yeah, it's and correct me if I'm wrong. It is a landing party when they were off duty on the world. He was wearing a T-shirt.
Yeah, right. Yeah,
Where in the world is Mark? He's the expert in all of this. Where is he?
I can tell a couple dirty jokes, and then after that, if you want to go academic, I'm not your guy.
Well, I'm gonna leave the floor with you 1 second. We're gonna go find him. I'll be right back.
Let's do that. Yeah,
I'll be right back. So you hold the floor.
Oh, hey, by all means. So, everyone, the Miami International Sci-Fi Film Festival. I'm Dan Klink. I spoke with so many of the participants a few weeks ago, and I'm not sure where, at least in the American Southeast, you're going to find such a selection of high-minded thoughts on film, both short and feature length, animated, live action, from all over the planet. I spoke with new friends in China, Ireland, the Netherlands, Germany, Argentina, Brazil, South Korea, and all over these United States right here. I don't know why I'm trying to sell this to you. If you're already watching, then you're super down with this. We're here. We're taking some live calls. You know what? My phone number is 951-623-0766. You want to call in, you want to talk about sci-fi, that's preferred. But, if I'm going to be in command here, we'll talk about whatever you want to talk about. You want to talk about the Fermi paradox? I'm down with that. You want to talk about the heat death of the universe? I got a button right here. Check it out. And I will tell you all about it. Again, that phone number is 951-623-0766. I'm located in South Carolina, but I decided to keep my Riverside County, California phone number. Because out here that has credit. In Southern California, no. You throw that 951 area code out there, and it's worse than 818 for all my Southern California Shaolin supporters that are checking this out right now. Again, the phone number is 951-623-0766. So the heat death of the universe, it's my understanding there's a couple components to it. I suppose one would be like a pre-runner to the ultimate event. In that, a point will come where the stars are no longer trying, the few stars that remain are no longer trying and failing to fuse iron in their core. There's Hawking radiation from black holes, but once they've run out of matter, then they stop mattering. Even more so than that, the universe is flying apart as we know it. And we say flying apart because at a certain point, all matter is going to fly apart for the same reason the universe is doing that right now. So I'm also into, nuclear war films, as accurate as they could possibly be. Pretty much anything, just general doom and misery would be my jam. on a scientific level. That is, I'm actually a really upbeat, cheery person. Yeah, let's see here. So some of the films I saw. Let's see here. Oh, hey, Troy.
Hey.
Again,
All
everybody,
right.
it's 951-623-0766. You want to talk about this or that, just go ahead and give us a call here at the Miami International Sci-Fi Film Festival.
Oh yeah. So let's bring on board some of our filmmakers here and get this going here. We've got H Squad and Grassman. So let's chat with them real quick.
Those are some baller names right there.
Well, he doesn't have a video. Hold on, he'll come back. Aaron, how you doing, Aaron?
Yo, how you doing? Can you hear me?
Hey.
Good to see you.
Good to see you too, Troy.
Yes. So H Squad, tell us what's going on with this film, man. This is a nice film.
Well,
nice kids film.
This is so wonderful that it's on the children's block because I grew up on really two types of animated storytelling. That would be the X-Men animated series, from 1992, debuted in 1992, and then sort of the sillier the sillier side of the animated spectrum, which would be, I don't know if you might be familiar with this one, Eek the Cat. Do you remember a show called Eek the Cat? It's it's like a purple looking Garfield character who was like
Dan.
What network was that? Nickelodeon?
That was Fox. Now that
was Fox. Eek the Cat. That sounds.
Eek the Cat.
Look, I want to go. Dude, that theme. Look, and I'm only bouncing to this because I don't remember Eek the Cat. That theme song for X-Men, it had one of those tunes where it was like, you've heard it before, you know?
Yep.
It was like, where have I heard that before? Nowhere. You're getting some fresh X-Men right now, but yeah, that show.
I come from a part of the animated spectrum where like X-Men was only a children's show in that it didn't cuss and show right. But like everything else that you would learn in X-Men about discrimination, about just being different and being persecuted just for being different, politics. I mean, the first two episodes of this children's show was talking about breaking into a government mutant registration building to get rid of illegal files on registering people who were different than other people, which to me, like, I'm looking back on it now, it's like I was like 8 or 9 years old, and I'm like learning about, and then on top of that, like one of the characters, he can charge things with kinetic energy. So now I'm looking up in encyclopedias, what's kinetic energy? What does that mean? What? Right. And then I'm bringing it into my science class in elementary school, and they're like, oh, you must really be into. You're going to be a scientist one day. And I'm like, I'm just.
No, I watch comic books on TV, friend. That's what I do.
Yeah. So I actually have the original art and making animated series book in my office. I can show. I don't want to geek out and show it to you right this second, but that's what the influence was for H Squad. Was I wanted to create an experience that brought me back to those days, but then also is more of a reflection of who I am today. H Squad is about a superhero family where the father is the only one in the household who doesn't have powers, yet he is tasked to train his children on how to better use their powers more responsibly, while the mother, who's all powerful, is out in the world as the world's top superhero. So while she's handling all of the big mega villains and the craziness in space and different dimensions, he's got the task of trying to get one of his sons who can teleport to stop teleporting places without permission, without any sort of forewarning, and the mayhem that can cause. So
Gnu Benton says, "Eat the cat, blast from the past."
Yeah.
So Gnu, obviously out there in internet land.
Shout out to Gnu. He and I had a real good talk a few weeks ago.
If you Google "Eat the Cat," like it's it's like it's you know what it is? It's 90s Garfield in a lot of ways. 90s was kind of like this edgy, weird period of time where you could tell those sort of jokes that go over kids' heads. It's
Right.
that area. And I just, especially now, it's hard to find that show. It's hard to find. Oh, it's really cute. It's hard to find
Right.
shows like that.
It has not the right color. No.
That's the right observation you just made. No, you're right. The going into the early and through the 90s, cartoons went from being commercials by and large to really having to stand on their content and their storytelling, and the way that they pivoted over to social commentary, certainly with the X-Men, and then all the way down to or not down, but lateral wise toward to I'm blanking right now. Cartoon Network stepped it up, certainly going in the later 90s. Ren and Stimpy, the guy that made it's a super creep. So I'm not really looking to shout that out, but yeah, that's an excellent point. Yeah, well, I think federal laws. Okay, see, the co-host that knows all the stuff about cartoons is again on the fixing the antenna, but federal laws changed over the way children can be marketed to. And so instead of being like, well, hey, why don't you look at what you can now go buy in terms of G.I. Joe toys? Well, no, that's not going to fly anymore. You actually have to, we're not going to make you tell kids to brush their teeth and look both ways for crossing the street. However, you can't be a half-hour commercial anymore.
Yeah, exactly.
Real quick though, Aaron, can you tell folks are you a Florida film? Where are you coming from?
I am in he mentioned Riverside earlier. I live right now in Chino, California.
Hey,
that's right.
Chino.
That's
yeah.
Yep.
Cool.
The original plan was to be in to come out here, do my animation stuff, be in Los Angeles proper. But then like the story of H Squad, I don't just have, one child, I don't just have 3 children. I have a daughter and 2 sets of twin boys. And I needed the space to operate and sort of have that work-life balance. I needed the space to be able to do that. And Chino is a much more affordable, much more spacious. There's a lot of new development.
Really, it's that different.
And it makes it for you're talking about, right now we stay in a 4-bedroom apartment area that I know in the areas that we were looking at in Los Angeles, the areas that we were looking at in the Hollywood Hills areas and stuff like that, it wouldn't even be possible.
So monthly, what are you looking at in Chino?
I would say close to 28
for a 4-bedroom apartment.
In Chino. In Chino. Yeah.
In Chino.
That's
real.
Twice. That's twice. Here.
That's what it costs to live on Earth.
That's twice in Florida. What you would pay for Florida for probably a 2 or 3 bedroom.
Yeah, we actually lived in. I used to before we moved out here. I lived in Davie, Florida. I taught at Nova Southeastern University as an English professor for a while, and I definitely can tell the difference. Difference in taxes, obviously none out there in terms of state taxes. Difference in weather for sure. It's a different type of heat, and certainly difference in what you pay for for living.
So what's the takeaway? What's the takeaway with H Squad?
The takeaway with H Squad is that just because you have power and just because you have the ability to use that power doesn't necessarily mean that you don't have to think about how you're using that power. Just because you can teleport and go somewhere and it seems easier to do that doesn't mean that you don't have to think about the consequences or think about how it affects other people. The main lesson that you get from the story is about the teleportation character Arthur, who has mastered all of his powers. He's mastered his teleportation powers. He's mastered his hypnosis powers, and his other brothers and sisters, both older and younger, have not. How does a child, kind of process that when he can do something? Everybody in this house is amazing, but now he's even more amazing to himself now, because he can do things that his older siblings can't do. He certainly can do things that his younger siblings can't do. And especially being like sort of in that middle child syndrome, right? You want to be able to have some sort of identity, and now this is his identity. I can use my powers. Sure, they might be easier to master. All I have to really do is think about where I want to go, and then I can be there.
So middle child superhero. Right on.
Can we show a little clip?
Yeah, sure. Yeah.
How's that?
Yes.
Oh, is Mark finally here? I think Mark's finally here. Hey, Mark.
Hey, how you doing?
Good. Finally with us here. Good. Well, listen, Aaron, we want to thank you so much for joining with us, and definitely make sure you come back tomorrow. Okay?
Absolutely.
Okay, we also have a big event slated. I think what are they calling it? A tailgate party or something? We got a virtual tailgate party coming this afternoon. So make sure you're in the group, in the creators group. Okay.
Right, no problem.
I'm bringing the cheap
my
tequila.
kids.
Okay, bring them.
All right.
Thanks, buddy.
Hey, listen, it was nice to meet you, Mr. Thunder Talk Podcast. Really appreciate it.
Mr. Aaron Harris, middle child superheroes. We need
All
them.
right.
I need
All right
one.
now.
Have a good
Good
one.
to meet you, man. Yeah, you
Cheers.
too, dude. Right on. Yeah, Mark. So I just been co-hosting this whole thing with Troy here. Who we got next? Oh, we got Mark
Okay,
McRae.
we
Hey.
have Grassman next. There he is.
Hello, can you hear me now?
Hey,
Hey everyone. Nice to
How you doing, Manuel? How's it
pretty
going?
good, Troy. Nice to meet you, Dan. Hey, Mark.
Good,
Hey,
Going
good,
dude, how you
good.
doing?
Manuel
actually-
is from South Florida. So hey, shout out to South Florida.
Yeah,
And,
man.
His film is called Grassman, and it's a claymation, right? Claymation.
Yeah,
Matter of
it's-
fact, let's just play it real quick.
Yeah,
we
okay,
all
sure.
agree.
Go ahead.
1 second.
Cool.
Bring it right on up. Oh, there we go.
Yeah.
All right. So Manuel, tell us a little bit about you and Grassman.
Cool. Okay. Actually, yeah. So, Grassman kind of started out as like a comic book series. Like I attempted to write like towards the end of high school, kind of thing, and and from there, I was obsessed with this idea of like one day making my own short film. Because I've been an artist a lot of my life. So I was just kind of like I've always wanted to try animation because I felt like that was the next step in my career logically. So yeah, and then after I wrote out the script and everything, and I got funding for it, and I was able to go out and do it. It was kind of based off personal experience. It's kind of personal story. It's very much a story about like self-exploration. If I have to give it explain it a little bit, basically the story is like you have this little creature called Grassman who's like a little alien who's like born out of the ashes of a destroyed planet. And he's born without knowing who he is or where he comes from, and he travels across the cosmos, just trying to find himself. And he comes across all these different characters and stuff, and it's very symbolic and whatnot. And yeah, and like you said earlier, it's a claymation. Well, it's kind of a mixture of different styles. It's claymation mixed with like a little bit of collage art and 2D animation. So it's like a hodgepodge of a menagerie of different aesthetics.
Cool.
Actually, I'd like to bring something up because I thought with Dan, yeah. Well, first of all, what Dan was saying earlier about the Heat Death of the Universe. I thought that was interesting because I
Hey.
I know very little about. I mean, I do know about science, but it's not has never been my forte. So when people ever talk about the universe expanding and whatnot, I never knew what they were talking about. You know.
Oh
So
yeah, it's expanding into nothing, pal. Yeah, it's Nowheresville.
Oh man, yeah, and also going back to the animation, because okay, we were also talking about how animation has changed over the years. Because in the '80s, it was kind of like, I mean, that goes beyond, that's like way before my era, you know. But I mean, like,
Right.
the '80s was kind of like there were advertisements for children, right? Like you had Transformers and My Little Pony. They were just kind of like cash grabs. They're just trying to sell you a product. And then the '90s happened. It was like sort of it evolved, and now it's like I feel like in the 2010s, you know, animation has gone from simply just child's play to more like now adults can enjoy it. You know,
I watched Steven Universe and Adventure Time with my kids. Yeah, totally.
Yeah. Now there's like a story,
there's
and
some
like
stuff in the '80s that's right. I want to ask you about what you know about Art Clokey or Clokey, Art Clokey.
Art Clokey.
How do you pronounce it? Gumby.
What are we talking about?
Talking about Gumby. If you got a heart, then
Gumby
is a part of you. Yeah,
Gumby.
Yeah.
I know a little bit about
the
Gumby.
claymation. Yeah.
Yeah, I know about Gumby. He's good.
Check out a movie. Get on YouTube. It's called Gumtasia. It's a play on it's like Fantasia, but Gumby. That dude kind of wrote the manual, the 101 on claymation.
Yeah. I love Ray Harryhausen. I think he's great.
Oh, well then you're kind of pissing on my Gumby then. So no, Harryhausen. That's
Well, you should also check out George.
I mean, I know of Gumby. I know he's the green guy, right?
He's the green guy. Yeah.
What
was the name again, Mark?
There's also someone before Clokey, George Powell. I don't know if anyone's ever heard of him.
George Powell.
What did he make?
Powell. So a lot of his movies, he does a lot of claymation stuff. He's an Academy Award-winning claymation director. A lot of his work shows up on Turner Classic Movies a lot. And so he was sort of the forerunner before Gumby. But Clokey actually made clay animation, more commercial. A lot of the stuff that George Powell was sort of experimental.
Yeah.
Okay,
look, so Gumby's not as cool as this other stuff. I get it. Okay.
I'll share it right here.
Sounds interesting.
I'll share it right here. There's George Powell.
Yeah.
Oh wow.
Yeah, he's I think it says they was nominated for a bunch of Academy Awards for short subjects, and I believe some of his work is preserved or is part of the Library of Congress, but my memory's failing me right now. But that's the last thing I remember. Yeah.
Preservation. The Academy Film Archive has preserved several of his films. Jasper and the Beanstalk, John Henry, The Inky Pooh, and Radio Rohirrim Revolution.
Well, it's good that he got the respect he deserved, right? I don't think I've seen one of his movies though. Is there one that I should start off with? Is there one that you suggest?
Let me see. John Henry was a good one, and I think that's on YouTube actually.
Gotcha.
Good one, but sad one.
Yeah.
I think Inky Pooh was sort of this war between two different nations, but it's all, beautifully. It's like a really beautiful film, and claymation. So, like, maybe those two might be the best art.
Right. Yeah. Well, sad art is sometimes the best art. Not always.
Right.
But,
Right. But like George Powell and you mentioned Ray Harryhausen, and then like Willis O'Brien before Ray Harryhausen. Like these guys, they did all the stop animation stuff. I think Ray Harryhausen actually trained under Willis O'Brien, who Willis O'Brien did all the animation for King Kong, the classic 1933. So
right, yeah.
these were the stop motion guys, and I'm sure that all those guys probably knew each other, because it's a much smaller world. But I take my hat off to you, because not a lot of people, like when people talk animation, they talk 2D, 3D, but a lot of people never talk claymation stuff.
Yeah, I've always had a deep respect for claymation, man. I mean, it feels very much like a forgotten about like cousin of like animation, like
Right.
2D and 3D are always the stars of the argument, right? But like I feel like claymation was get thrown to the side. I think Henry Selick is a genius, but like nobody seems to bring him up, or all these other guys. It's very much underrated. It's a dying art form, really. And even a lot of those, I grew up watching a lot of those old Christmas specials. You know what I'm talking about? Like,
Right.
yeah.
All the Dan and I talk about this all the time. The Rankin Bass stuff.
Yeah.
Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer, and
right.
Santa Claus is coming to town.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm sure a lot of work went into them. I know people nowadays probably look at that and go like, "Wow, the animation looks so cheap." But I mean, what they were doing for the time, which was like the '60s, I think, it's pretty groundbreaking stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, I thought it was pretty groundbreaking. And I mean, consider that Rudolph airs every year.
Yeah.
And still gets super high ratings
For
every
sure.
year.
Oh, yeah.
That's incredible to me.
Dude, not even Charlie Brown is showing up for Christmas anymore.
That's right. That's right.
Yeah.
Rudolph, though.
That Rankin Bass is still going though.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. Well, Dan and I had the pleasure of meeting. I can't remember his name. He wrote the Rankin Bass book.
His name was I think it was like 7 syllables. I remember
Yeah. Very different last name, that's for sure.
It was not one that if it were Smith, or if it was like Smith 5 times, I'd remember that. But yeah,
that's how I remember it also. But he was a really cool guy, and I got a chance to pull him to the side and talk to him about it. And so there was always one dude that went to the network that negotiated, and then there was like the animator that once the other executive came back to the studio, got his marching orders. And what I love about Rankin Bass and those dudes was that they did the animation, they composed music too as well, which I think a lot of those guys back there.
Right. Yeah.
You never did a claymation project before?
What was that?
You never did a project like this before?
Actually, this is my first serious attempt at animation. Like, I'd like this is my debut short film. Like, I'd never, I'd experimented with animation before, and I'd been drawing all my life. I'd been an artist, and had been doing commissions and stuff for a while. That was my main income, and still is. I mean, but I just had this urge to just go out and make a film one day. And I grew up watching a lot of stop motion films. And I told myself I want to attempt that. Right, but the thing about stop motion, and the reason why not many people try it out, is because it's very, time consuming. Takes a lot of
I got a joke for you, right?
Yeah.
So, I was doing a convention, and I met this animator that does stop motion, and he said that when Ray Harryhausen was working on Clash of the Titans, there's a lot of his work there. He said the thing with doing that type of animation is very labor intensive, but like, what if the phone rings? You get distracted just for a second, and now you have to remember the last piece of animation you just moved.
Yeah. Oh man, yeah, no. If the clay model just moves in the slightly wrong direction, your hand just accidentally knocks over something. You have to start all over again from like.
Right.
It's such a pain. It's such a pain, but the results do pay off. Like if done right, I think claymation still looks really good. But
have you ever heard of this show called Bump in the Night?
What was that?
It's the series. Have you ever heard of this series called Bump in the Night?
Bump in the Night? No, I haven't.
Yeah. So that.
Are you writing all this down?
Yes, I'm writing it down. Yeah, I have a little notepad here on the laptop. We're doing fine.
It came out in the 1990s, and it was about a kid. It was about the toys under a kid's bedroom, coming to life. but
Yeah.
the main character is claymation, and his name is Mr. Bumpy.
Mr. Bumpy.
And yeah, and him and his friends, who are all clay animation characters, they have all these adventures as soon as the kid goes to sleep. You know, and it was a really good show. It was a really good show. It ran on ABC, and they actually commissioned like a 90-minute. Hold on, I don't want to be a liar here. It was either 60 minutes or 90-minute Christmas special, which is sort of unheard of.
Yeah.
You know, Rudolph is an exception, but like most Christmas animation specials are a half hour.
Right.
And,
Yeah.
I think looking for my book for reference. And I can't find it. But anyway, it was like this long animated special. And to me, it's a testament to Mr. Bumpy's popularity and power at the network that they commissioned this thing, you know?
Yeah.
He's sort of a forgotten character now.
Oh man, sounds good. Sounds good, man. I feel like I'm getting educated. You know, all these things I've never heard of, man.
Hey, welcome to the best Miami Sci-Fi International Film Festivals of our lives.
Yeah, but it's cool. It's cool you let me know, man. But like, yeah, like you said, like I'm sure, like, I mean, how many people from my generation know about that sort of thing? You know,
Yeah,
it's good. It's good to like, you know, be told about that sort of thing. You know, maybe I'll try to spread the word once I check it out.
yeah, definitely do that.
Yeah, cool.
For sure. Yeah.
So Manuel, can you give us what's the takeaway with Grassman? What's the takeaway from it?
Grassman, you know, I think a lot of it has to do with so Grassman, it's a story about self-discovery and finding yourself and being true to yourself. And a lot of it has to do with like I said earlier, he comes across different characters along the way, and these characters each represent like different paths of life that are like, you know, like I don't want to say the wrong paths, but paths that lead, you know, to like, you know, it's kind of these people. It represents different types of people who like have taken like I guess wrong paths in life. Like for instance, there's one character who's like stuck living in the past. There's another character has like, you know, like anger issues, different things like that, you know, and or like someone like, you know, is in the denial and different things, you know. So it's like different symbolic characters, and you know, it's about just you know, a lot of it has to do with like developing your own values and different things and fighting for what you believe is right. You know, at the end of the movie, there's like this cosmic entity that's trying to destroy the universe, and like it's like a complete antithesis to what everything Grassman stands for, you know. And it's just kind of about, you know, just learning to like, you know, take care of yourself and take care of the people around you and that sort of thing, and you know, be true to yourself and just, you know, don't be scared to, you know, search inside and just find yourself and that kind of thing, you know.
Okay, good.
Very existential sort of stuff, you know.
Good.
For sure, yeah.
All right, man. Well, listen, thanks so much for coming, and you know, make sure you participate in the tailgate this afternoon that everybody is asking for now.
For sure, man. I'll be there.
It'll be on our Zoom. It'll be a Zoom link that'll be shared this afternoon.
Cool.
Make sure you show up for tomorrow, okay? And okay, at the very least, you can still hang around and see all the other stuff that's going on.
Yeah,
but
for sure, man. Yeah.
Please keep those in your markers.
For sure, man.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Thanks so much, everyone. Nice to meet y'all. Thank you.
Right.
Yeah, you too, man. Well, yeah, right on, dude. Right on.
All right.
Okay, so Gumby's not all that. It's like the best I could do. Okay.
Okay. Oh well, listen. It was Mark. You've muted yourself.
I found out about George Powell recently, so I just thought, and one night TCM did like this whole animation showcase of Powell. I never heard of it before, so anyway.
Well, then, hey, you kept that in your back pocket, and bam, dude, dividends, nice.
Yeah, I also could have mentioned I worked with Clokey's cousin. So this guy I worked with, he said, "Have you ever heard of R. Clokey?" And I'm like, "Yeah, I know who he is." He goes, "Well, he's my cousin." Right. And I'm like,
"Damn, okay."
I said, "Well, have you ever met him?" He goes, "No, I never met him. I just know he's like a famous relative."
Right.
you know, which I
Oh,
thought,
okay. So it's like my wife. She is like some kind of cousin to Welch's, like
um,
like like the grape juice. She's cousins with
oh, really?
she's cousins with big grape juice and big cranberry. She's yeah, someone somewhere is in Big Cranberry's back pocket down her
Oh,
line.
that's funny.
So it's like that. It's not like, yeah, no, Art and I, we crack some beers, you know, depending on if anyone,
Yeah, Ron,
yeah.
excuse me. Ron, distant cousins with Herschel Walker.
Oh yeah, you told me about that. Yeah.
Yeah, the football
Yeah, that's
player.
pretty. Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. No,
They
totally.
they've
Totally.
never met, probably never will meet.
Sure.
No.
Sure. I mean, can you imagine like, okay, I have like maybe 3 or 4 cousins, but if I had like, wealth and fame, I'd probably have like 50 cousins.
Yeah, you would.
Yeah.
You would.
Yeah.
I mean, it's bad enough that when you
23
work
and
in
me, 23 and me said I'm 136th Dan. Yeah.
wow.
Where's my cut? Cuz
Yeah, well, when lottery winners, one of the things that lottery winners always say that they have in common, this is before the cell phone era, was that they all had to get unlisted phone numbers
right.
because folks were coming out of the woodworks. Now, me personally, I would, probably take care of my immediate family. I
Yeah,
would
everyone
probably,
else can kick rocks though.
right,
Yeah.
right. I probably would take care of Diane also because Diane has been a great friend, and I feel like it would be a nice gift to help her out. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah, yeah. Larry, if you're out there, yeah, I'd definitely hook you up. It was Chris Rock that said like once you attain a certain level of wealth, everyone needs to borrow $5,000. 5,000.
Yeah, that's a magic number, huh? That's the
Yeah,
average.
5,000. Yeah, whenever he goes to a family get together, that's more than just his immediate. Then yeah, just $5,000. I just need $5,000. Yeah.
Oh, that's it. That's not so bad. Well, like a friend of mine told me one time, like, what? You don't have it?
Oh,
No?
I don't think we're allowed to cuss here, but I'm cussing about that right now, man.
He's
asking me what's up?
Yeah, nothing. I just was like, wait a minute, you're trying to borrow money from me, you gotta have an attitude about it?
Hey, you know what? This guy that's the stepping to mark like that, again, everyone out there, the phone number is 951-623-0766. Give us a call. Tell us if you got people harassing you for $5,000, or hey, maybe you want to ask Mark if you can borrow $5,000. Let's see what happens.
Right. Anyway, when I worked in the one of my first corporate jobs, my manager told me that his brother-in-law wanted to borrow $10,000.
Right.
And he says, Mark, I have it. But he says, this dude lives his house is double the size of mine. He buys a new car every 2 years. His daughters have more clothes than both of my kids. Why am I lending him $10,000? Obviously, he's living a little beyond his means.
Yeah.
So he decided to say no. And of course, it sort of soured the relationship.
Right.
But it's just like, well, maybe a better idea might be, maybe downsize.
Real quick, Mark, I think we should probably add some lasers to this conversation, being that this is the Miami International Sci-Fi Film Festival.
Yes.
I mean,
I know.
ultimately, this story can be all the human element you want. We just need to have like a robot in there as well.
Okay.
So this robot was hitting you up.
Right. Yeah, it was a robot.
Cash. Yeah, because you're a cyborg, so that would make it so he'd be a robot. So a robot would be like on your mom's side.
Right.
Yeah. Your dad was a meatbag. Your mom was a robot, and you're a cyborg, and now, yeah.
Hey, what happened to our host?
Oh, we've taken over, man. Like I said,
okay.
best Miami International Sci-Fi Film Festivals of our lives right now, live, everybody.
Oh my gosh, well, I'm getting hungry.
I have this really huge cup from the Rio Games 2016 because I was really thirsty. Now I'm eyeballing this cup for other reasons.
So
I'm talking about peeing in a cup, Mark.
Right.
That's what it's come to.
But wait a minute.
With
We have
robots.
sci-fi aspects to it. So can robots actually do something like that?
I mean, that does. You know what? I have Melissa calling. Should we put her on live? We have a caller. Hey, caller.
Yeah.
You're on the air here at the Miami International Sci-Fi Film Festival. What's on your mind? Spaceships, light speed, maybe some of the deeper things, mysteries of the cosmos, mysteries of the human, or perhaps alien, or perhaps robot heart.
Well, I did have a question for you.
Yeah.
What would God need with a spaceship?
Man, don't get all Star Trek 5, dude. Come on. What does God need with a spaceship? He needs it to get around. That's what, to go hang out with other gods. That's what God needs with a spaceship.
He needs a spaceship so that. Hey, Melissa. Can she hear me?
Oh
well. Well, tell I said hello.
Now
anyway.
she can.
Hey, Melissa. So
say hi to Mark.
Hello, Mark.
Hey, Melissa. How you doing?
Am I actually live?
Oh yeah, you're live.
Yeah.
I'm live.
Yeah.
Oh, good. I thought I was dead.
That's more of a horror thing, actually. I don't. That could work. Yeah.
Well, I mean, if you want it to be more sci-fi, I could tell you that I'm calling from the future.
Yeah. Okay. That's a good start. You got me listening.
Would Hogwarts count as sci-fi? I don't know. Does magic count as sci-fi, or does that count more as like?
Hey, okay. We can sort
it can. I think it can. I mean, like my book has sci-fi magic elements. I mean, look at Doctor Strange. Doctor Strange.
Because what would be science to one culture would just be magic to another, kind of like sword.
Gazoo, the great Gazoo.
Right.
Yes.
The one of the lectures. See,
right.
Mark, if it were like a nerd con, they're called panels. When it's a film festival, it's a lecture. I think. What else did Troy call it?
He calls it a lecture.
Anyway, yeah, if you check it out, it's called Sci-Fi Where You Least Expect It. It's up on the festivals where you go to watch the festival stuffs. It's up there. Sci-Fi Where You Least Expect It. We take the cartoon, the jam that we're all about, and we get in there, and we basically the main thesis is without the Flintstones, there'd be no Star Trek.
That's one of the theories or arguments and
theories.
And
I replaced my belief in a higher power with that, dude. Theories. Excuse me.
And then also invited people to fight him if they don't like,
No, true. Yeah, absolutely. I'm here. I'm gonna get my phone number out. Actually, 951-623-0766. Give us a call. Yeah, talk about that sci-fi with you.
Oh my gosh.
Superheroes like Thor also went into that whole,
there you go.
Us is magic to you. So I'm wondering if that can count, or if superheroes are already sci-fi.
Yeah, that's.
I feel like Doctor Strange is sort of the, he's the magic dude, but he knows a lot about science. And he's sort of the bridge between the magic and technological,
And he had to study really hard to learn what he learned.
Right.
What, to be a neurosurgeon? Yeah. That's how many years of college is that?
I meant the magic. I mean, like, the dude wasn't technically sleeping. If you think about it.
Yeah,
like, he was in his body sleep while his conscience was reading.
Oh yeah, okay. That's So why don't they? Science needs to figure that stuff out. Forget about the erection pills and fixing male pattern baldness. Which, Mark, all week my hair has just been looking great. I had the lighting perfect, and now that we're finally going on,
That's science fiction right there.
yeah, yeah, it's true. It's true.
Wow.
As
Well,
a
this
man of
is on a
science,
roll,
as a
man.
man of science, I can't take umbrage with that. I must acknowledge
Right.
what is, and what is
Oh my
my
gosh.
receding hairline.
Let me tell you. I would have dreams that I would have like this huge beard, right? And then I would take a comb and it would be huge and curly, and I would take the comb and pull the curls back and let it snap back on my face. And it was, it's like the craziest thing, I think
The old
I think
combo beard. Nice.
Yeah.
hair dreams, when I stopped doing certain things, smoking certain things, I used to have these dreams that I was smoking like the biggest spliffs ever. And, and so I spoke to a friend that does counseling, that does drug counseling, and he told me that that's normal. He said it's normal for you if you gave up something, for whatever reason. It's normal. Like alcoholic probably brings up dreams about having,
Right.
Well, yeah.
thing of vodka. You know what I mean? But I thought it was funny. And the crazy part was, in these dreams, I am so far gone. It's not even enjoyable. You know what I mean? It's like it's kind of like I'm conscious, then I'm not conscious. It's just weird. I'm like, okay, when is the fun supposed to start? I don't get it.
Having a bummer high in your sleep is like, that sucks. Yeah, it's like, I don't know. Would you rather have a bad trip? Would you rather like blow like $20 on some shake?
I feel like if it's in
Would you rather
real
wake
time, you still have some type of control, but in your dream, you don't. Like the other day, right? I fell asleep on the couch and, it was kind of weird. All of a sudden, I couldn't move. And I said, I must be having a dream. So I decided, best way to test having a dream, try to fly in the air. And
Right.
I jumped up and I got airbound. I couldn't stay airbound.
Right.
But once I was able to prove I was having a dream, I woke up. But
Right.
it was like the weirdest thing. It was like I was dreaming that I was on the couch sleeping and I woke up. And then I couldn't walk.
Right. Yeah. That's stage 2 REM sleep. There's 4 levels of sleep. 2 and 4 are where dreams occur. And level 2 is where you can begin to lucid dream. You can begin to have some level of control over your dreams.
But sometimes, though, speaking of science fiction, sometimes does kind of mess with your head a little bit. Because I was having a lucid dream, and I was trying to figure out how to go through a wall, like physically go through a wall.
Right.
And I kept bumping my head in the wall.
It
wasn't working.
Yeah. So you're smoking bad weed and banging your head against walls in your sleep, Mark. If you keep talking, you're going to need to pay me a deductible.
But I dream
frequently that I'm on Saturday Night Live, and that my actual situations in my life are the comedy sketches. So apparently my life is hilarious.
Oh wow!
Funny.
Okay. I thought like a grabby Belushi is coming at you.
Oh no, that's in real life. I'm not dreaming about that.
Hey, come on! I'm. Don't call me.
Belushi tries to cop a feel every night.
Well, I mean, we're see. Don't call me Belushi. Not in public. Come on now.
But here's the science part about bumping into my head in the wall. It's physics, right?
Yeah.
And I couldn't figure out the scientific physics of how to do something like that if it were possible. So all the limits of my, of the physical world, it's kind of like, okay, so even though you might imagine yourself doing something, how do you do it in a lucid dream sometimes, So that was my challenge. And
right.
I don't know, maybe I should have watched more WandaVision.
Oh yeah, that was
That's
cool.
the solution to everything. More
Yeah.
WandaVision.
Cool show. It's off the air now, though. It's gone. It was
Right,
used to be Friday nights, 9:00, ABC. But
Season finale.
yeah, I think they go into reruns here pretty soon. So
Right.
check the guide. I'll videotape.
Disney Plus.
I videotaped it actually. But I recorded it over like my old Robotech tapes, so it's a little grainy. I recorded it on what is it? There's standard, then there's fast, and there's fast. Like a VHS cassette, it was like 2 hours standard. But if your VCR could handle it, you could actually do 4 hours, record 4 hours on it.
Right.
And then if the tape was down for it, and if your VCR was you feeling it too, you could get like 6 hours going.
Yeah, it was. I think the speed was SLT.
I ended up in deep water for actually taping over my mom's copy of Escape from New York with the Chipmunks movie.
Oh, hey, the Chipmunks movie?
The Chipmunks movie, yeah, where they do like the balloon race.
Oh yeah, no, totally, yeah. That would, you know what, Mark? We could have a fight coming up on Thunder Talk. By the way, the next episode, Thunderverse Civil War, where we pair off and figure out a subject that we disagree on. I think Mark, you might be more Chipmunks. I might be a little more Escape from New York. Yeah, no,
that's
dumb. I'm sorry.
No. I mean, maybe it's 70s versus 80s. Maybe something like that.
Oh yeah, okay. You know what? I would take a principled stand on that, regardless of my feelings. Yeah,
Right.
no, the 80s, all over the 70s, definitely.
Yeah. Oh, I agree with you.
Oh, well, see, Thunder Talk, everybody, check it out. Hey, come here, buddy.
One time we were going to do a stunt. Mike Lazo came up with this stunt idea to do Boomerang versus Cartoon Network.
Hold up the microphone. You're live, by the way, to the world.
Oh.
I'll be back.
Okay, so
yeah, this whole festival is in your hands. Okay, make sure to don't crash this thing.
I'll try not to.
Now, Melissa can still hear you, Mark.
Oh, okay, all right. Oh, she just doesn't want to be on camera.
Yes, she does. We're actually.
So someone's supposed to say filling in for Dan Klink is the awesome Melissa Klink.
The awesome Melissa Klink. That's right. Better not forget that part.
It's even in your contract.
Spectacular.
Oh my gosh, it's so funny. It is so funny. Yeah. One of my favorite science fiction shows is a cartoon called Fantastic Voyage. And it is a straight up Cold War cartoon. How this show ever got on the air and ran on Saturday morning is it's like a miracle, because it's one of these programs that I think kind of fell through the cracks, because they take on, like the cartoon is about a U.S. intelligence agency that's out there fighting the Russians and the bad guys. And
it's in the 80s. The Russians were always the bad guys.
Right. Well, this show actually takes place in the late 60s. And yeah. And so I guess, Cold War, right. And I'm just like, when is the Cold War or the cast members trying to blow themselves up? Like, how does that become a kid's cartoon? The the story goes is that the Fantastic Voyage is based on the science fiction film, and the story goes is that the people who did the cartoon, they wanted to make it more kid friendly, and then excuse me, oh my gosh, and the network said no, stick to the source material. So that's what they did. So there's like 17 episodes, and I would say like 12 of them are like Cold War themed, definitely. But the show still, I mean, I don't think a lot of kids knew what was going on that series, and it still did pretty well in spite of, the Cold War themes. But I had mentioned this to Dan a while ago, and he was like, What do you mean? How did the show get on the air? I'm like, yeah. Well, sometimes some programming does get on the air or back in the day that, is under everyone's radar. And sometimes that's a pretty cool thing.
Yeah. Well, I've seen, cartoons that are aimed at children that have those jokes that fly under the radar that are aimed at the parents.
Right. Yeah, I feel like a lot of Looney Tunes cartoons are sort of that way. Like those cartoons were definitely made for adults with kid gags in them. But, it seems like there's more adult humor with that stuff.
Yeah. I kind of hated the Looney Tunes a lot when I was a kid because a lot of the characters were like violent towards other characters, and it frustrated me as a child. So,
yeah, I can see that. I had a manager who didn't watch Looney Tunes, and he says, "Wow, it shows a lot of gun violence." I'm just like, "Yeah, it's a Looney Tunes cartoon."
and like Pepe Le Pew, man, like I was like,
oh my
god, that
god,
was my favorite character as a kid because I didn't understand it.
Right.
As an adult, I'm like, ugh.
Right.
As an adult woman, I'm like, ugh, that's creepy.
Yeah. So Pepe Le Pew is kind of interesting because he's based on an actor, a French actor named Charles Boyer. Have you ever heard of him?
Oh, I have not. No.
Yeah. Yeah, he was sort of like this very good-looking French leading man that did a lot of films, I would say, in the 1940s and 50s. And supposedly Pepe's eyes and voice are sort of based on Charles Boyer, because Charles Boyer was supposed to be like this great, romantic French actor.
He was very amorous.
Yeah. So, like the Warner Brother animators, they always like poking fun at Hollywood stars, and they came up with this great idea to make Pepe Le Pew like this sort of French romantic person, except he's a skunk. and a little.
Yeah.
So,
I can hear the turn signal through the phone.
Yes, I am needing to be driving now, so I will have to say goodbye.
Okay.
Hopefully Dan will be back momentarily, and
well, nice talking to you.
Yep.
And
I was not expecting it.
Yeah, we'll talk about science versus magic again at another time.
No doubt about that.
Hey, you need to pick up more salad. It said it expired today, and it's feeling a little slimy, by the way.
Oh, I was about to head to QT and get sandwiches, and I texted you if you wanted one.
Oh yeah. Give me something stupid.
Sorry to drop this on you, but I need more socks. All my socks died in a horrible incident.
Yeah, Brock needs more socks. He said they died in a horrible.
They died in a horrible accident. Okay.
So when he means,
I have already left Walmart, but I will make sure to get him
14-year-old boy, Mark, don't go there.
okay, well, I was trying to keep it science fiction, and maybe the socks went into a wormhole or something.
Yeah, there you go.
Oh yeah, the wormhole
Yeah.
I know all about it.
Yeah, hey everybody, if you're looking for a really tight screenplay that has everything, it's got drama, romance, comedy. It's called Where Are My Socks? Hit me up.
Drop socks in the dryer wormhole.
Yeah.
Hey, he's back.
Hey, everybody, we have Troy as a guest here at the Miami International Sci-Fi Film Festival. Troy, what's the takeaway?
Oh man, well, you guys are doing a good job. First of all, we've got more eyes and likes than we've had all day. So
That's cool.
doing a good job.
Hey, be looking out for us, Miami International Sci-Fi Film Festival 2022. Oh, by the way, Melissa, we've got my wife on the line here.
Hey, wifey.
This is the guy. This is the reason why I haven't slept in almost a month. Like, I know I don't sleep that much, but the reason I've been really not sleeping, yeah.
So you're the reason for all the grumpy behavior.
I mean, I'm not going to take it out on a stranger.
So what were you saying before, guys? Remember this shirt? What's the story behind this shirt?
Yeah. Okay. So we got Mark here. All right. Hey, baby. We're gonna
Mark.
talk
Mark, tell us what's the story behind this shirt?
Okay.
Love you, baby. Adios.
Okay. I hate to say this, but I'm not sure of the story behind that shirt. I mean, we were talking about it earlier, but like when you were talking about
Shrek, dude.
You said it, yeah.
I said it?
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
I think you did a really good job when you said it too.
Oh, it was beautiful.
So,
it was
repeat what you said.
I want you to say it.
You sure? You sure I said something about your shirt?
It was.
First of all, where does it come from?
Oh, I see. I'm getting props and a hint now.
This is not a product placement, but after all, Sci-Fi festival.
First word, star.
Right.
Star Trek animated series.
Right. Yeah. So
that's
Star Trek. Star Trek, the animated series. It was in the works for a long time, or they were talking about it for a long time, since 1969.
Wow.
These guys, Lou Scheimer, Norm Prescott, and Hal Sutherland, the three principals for Filmation, they were knocking on Roddenberry's door as soon as that series was canceled. And, it took a while, but a couple of factors kind of helped. Primetime series started to populate Saturday morning cartoons, and it became really popular. And Filmation developed a relationship with this guy named Joe Totaro, who was like the programming executive at ABC. And Joe was really great at his job, and he was lured away from ABC to NBC to help them with some of their ratings issues. And since Joe had the relationship with Filmation already, he brought them in to do the Star Trek series. And this was also the first time that Filmation had ever sold a series to NBC.
Wow.
Which kind of blows my head a little bit, mainly because Filmation crushed it with the other two networks, CBS and ABC. So you have a studio that's like creating hit shows, that a studio that's breaking all type of ratings records. Why wouldn't you want to buy a series from them? But I think that was the issue at NBC, was just like they didn't know how to pick good properties. And so that's how it all came about. And then, there was a lot of back and forth with negotiation with actors. And then it was also an idea of sort of like Star Trek Junior, where Uhura and Sulu and Captain Kirk would be working with junior members, kid versions. And NBC was willing to pay Gene Roddenberry a lot of money to just go away and let them do that show. But, thank God, that story
That's
idea
been
did not
floating around
happen.
forever. The whole Academy days or the whole junior thing, that's been that's almost as old as the series itself. If you guys check out our, what is it called, Troy? A lecture? See if this were like a
your lecture on the film server.
The animated
Right.
series.
Yeah,
We get into Star Trek the animated series, but we also tell you how whale vomit becomes perfume, and the Harlem Globetrotters are all over this thing. So
Right.
you should really check it out.
It's kind of interesting how many of the future Star Trek writers decided to dip into the animated series for ideas that would later become canon. And so we talk about a lot of those. And that presentation probably can go for 2 hours, but
that would have killed me.
Yes, and but we wanted to just list the most important ones, the ones that we think mattered and actually influenced the future Star Trek franchises.
Yeah, like where the hell are our live action 3-armed alien helmsmen? That's what I want to know.
Well, listen, guys,
come on, CBS.
This has been all fun, man. I really enjoy it. The audience out there has sent lots of little hearts on the thing here. There's been a lot of Facebook love.
We love you.
Oh, that's great.
Watching this. Oh, Jamie Lee is watching too. Jamie, why don't you guys say anything in the comments? We'll talk to you. So anyway, folks, we're on to one of our pinnacle lectures. We're going to start. So thank you, Mark, and thank you, Dan. You guys are marvels. You're literally walking libraries when it comes to science fiction and cartoon content, comic content. And you can't go away. So don't just disappear. Remember, it's always a 3-year deal. So
I love that. I love that.
Deal.
Just hand me the pen, dude.
It's getting better and better and better. And in the next presentation, you're going to hear it straight from the source of someone who came and life was changed. Life was changed. So much for the better. And there are a lot of stories like this. And it keeps on happening. So we keep the karma engine going. Okay, we keep it going. And so please stick around. Please try to be available for the tailgate. That's going to be fun this afternoon. And definitely come tomorrow, please.
Oh, okay.
Thanks, gents.
Yeah.
All right.
Happy trails. It's fun.
Bye. We love you.
Now. Yeah. Love you guys too.
See you, Troy.
All right, guys, we have to do a quick commercial, a 1-minute commercial, and watch what comes next. Well. Hello, everybody out there. Troy Bernier, Miami International Science Fiction Film Festival. And today, right now, we're going to bring to you NASA. That's right. They're coming. And Mr. Thaddeus Cesari from NASA is going to be delivering a really impressive talk on the James Webb Space Telescope. And there he is. Thaddeus.
Hello.
Hey,
so
how you doing?
How are you?
Oh man, it's been years.
Right.
Good.
I'm so happy to see your face.
Oh yeah, likewise, man. Good to see you. I'm here currently in the L2 orbit, somewhere not too far away, but this is the only way we can get things running because the whole world is watching, and so we're between somewhere around the Earth and the Moon, in between all of that, just hovering.
I'm very familiar with L2.
Yeah,
so I'm checking in from Los Angeles.
Yeah, there you go. You know the score. Of course, you guys are the ones that came up with all the math and all of that stuff.
yeah. We sent a few spacecraft out that way.
Yeah. So what's happening today with you? What are you going to be doing?
So I have prepared an hour-long presentation that kind of documents a little bit about who I am, my journey to finding my way into the world's premier space agency, NASA. A
Mhm.
little bit about what I did as a journalist prior to working at NASA, and moving into like what I'm assigned to at the agency, working at what we call a flagship mission, the most important science mission the agency is doing. With a current budget of just under $10 billion. We've got that in our budget to build and have built the world's premier space science observatory that we plan on launching to L2, like we were talking about, later this year.
So is it fair to say it's the largest budget in NASA?
It depends on how you look at it. You know, getting to the moon cost a significant amount, but if you want to talk about like a single payload, a single scientific spacecraft, yes, it's definitely the most expensive single science experiment at the agency. We are very excited about it.
That's fascinating. That truly is. So can we get started? Can I play it? Play it with
Yeah,
you?
man, fire away.
All right, let's get going here. There it is. How does that look? That look okay? Can you see it?
Yep, just go full screen. We're good to go. Yeah.
How's that?
Yep. Good to me.
And let me know if there's a problem with the audio, right?
Hi, everyone. I wanted to first begin by saying how excited.
I think I may have lost audio. Are you hearing audio?
Can you hear audio? Was the audio okay?
It started and then it cut out there just
Hold on.
about 20 seconds in, yeah.
We'll try it again.
Hi, everyone. I wanted to begin by saying how excited I am to be here. I have long since been a fan of this film festival and am absolutely overjoyed to be here today to talk to you all. So to begin, my name is Thaddeus Cesari. I am a strategic communications specialist for NASA, and I have been working for the agency for about 3 years. But before I get into any, too many of these personal details and move forward into the rest of this presentation, I just really wanted to set, I wanted to set the standard and kind of set the tone here moving forward. So I have prepared a small video, and then we can jump into some of, who I am, how my role at NASA came to be, and then we can really dive into the, some of the really intricate details about this flagship space science mission that I am attached to called the James Webb Space Telescope. So we're just going to move right into the next slide.
Okay, this is where you can turn the camera off so everybody can stay focused on the screen. Okay? So now, everybody will be focused on the screen. So you are already speaking on the bottom right. And
yeah, I got my earphone in here.
Yeah, so if we need to, so I will, if you can see the comments on that YouTube page, but the event is being screened on six different channels. Yes, 6 different channels. So you're only going to see if somebody comments on YouTube, but I will. I'll if it's if there's nothing offensive, I'll bring the comment up so you can see
I
it.
think I might hear your audio.
Okay.
Okay. Cool. Yeah, I'll keep on the comment.
Wait a second, dude. I can't hear you. I can't hear you anymore. We can't hear you speaking. There's a problem with the radio. There's a problem with your audio. Hold on, okay. I'm gonna come back up. Okay, folks, it seems like there's a little something going on with the audio here. One moment.
Hi everyone. I wanted to first begin.
Thaddeus, you think you're gonna be able to wing this? Because there's no audio on that clip.
Yeah, there's definitely audio underneath it. I think maybe your mic is gonna take priority in the audio.
Oh, hold on.
Space science mission. Hi everyone. I wanted to first begin by saying how excited I am to be here. I have long since been a fan of this film festival and am absolutely overjoyed to be here today to talk to you all. So to begin, my name is Thaddeus. So to begin, my name is Thaddeus Cesari. I am a strategic communications specialist for NASA, and I have been working for the agency
So once again, folks, sorry about that technical issue. We're going to start now, and this will be a conventionally run panel lecture. So here we go. Any questions, folks? Please do not hesitate to ask your comments in the comment field. That's perfectly fine, and we will respond to them. Here we go. Okay, it's running. And
okay, all right. So we hope you can hear me live now. We're going to run through these live. Looks like we had a little bit of an audio issue, but no problem. I'm here with you to talk with you all live, and you know, we'll see how it goes. So that transition video was to make a little bit of a bridge into. I was going to start where I came from as a creator for NASA, and my story. It's a bit of a winding one, but I definitely want to make sure to make initial thanks to this film festival, and specifically Troy. I've been a big fan of this for quite an amount of time, and believe it or not, I was a panelist some years ago as well. So a really long history, and I need to begin by first making a profound thank you to those that run this film festival. It has had a really remarkable impact on the trajectory of my career as an independent freelance kind of freestyle creator, and it helped to give me a little bit of a track to kind of understand how to get into an agency and become one of the creators from the inside. So what I do, it's a real nasty title. My title is a strategic communications specialist. Way over the top terminology for something that could be easily labeled as public affairs and PR and communications. There's a lot of technical and science writing as well. So that involves content creation, you know, things that you see on social media. If you go to www. That talks about the James Webb Space Telescope, good chance that I wrote that material that you're reading. And back when the world was a little bit different, you know, we used to fly around the country and help spread the good word about these missions and their to-be impact. So in addition to that, I do a ton of video editing and video concepting, video production, script writing, and site kind of visiting to cultivate ideas on how to tell a story about a nearly $10 billion space mission. So yes, it's a role that covers a great range of things. But really what it comes down to is just being a creator, having ideas and using different mediums and working with different teams to be able to get to the goal of what you want. Yeah, that's what I do in a nutshell in the agency. To tap one more on top of it, I do a lot of interaction with the media and handle a lot of media requests and make sure that we have a proper funnel point between the agency and also outside creators. We recognize that at the agency, we got a lot of smart people here, a lot of good people that know how to tell the story, but the best way to get the story outward is to include outside creators that can then go on to amplify our message, tell it in unique ways that we might not be able to, and reach audiences that we might not be able to reach traditionally. So that's part of the major fundamental core aspects of what I do. Very much looking forward to the launch of this space telescope. The total time that I have on this mission so far, just under 3 years. Yeah, just under 3 years of getting to know a space program or a space mission that has been going for, you could say, conceptually about 29 years. Depends on how you slice that one. But you could say that the plans for this telescope mission that I am attached to conceptually began when the Hubble Space Telescope was launched. In the Hubble Space Telescope, I assume that most people at a base level have a good understanding of it. At least, you know, they know the name, or maybe sometime through the course of their life, Google the space image, and likely that one was a Hubble generated image. So jumping, in order to go forward, I just want to move backwards and tell you a little bit about the path that I took. I would consider it a non-standard path into the agency. There's 1,000,001 different paths into working for NASA. And part of this presentation, I spent a good amount of time making sure to break down that the agency is very much open and looking for creators. So what I was doing before NASA, and what I did intentionally to try to get noticed by NASA, is I was a space journalist. I wrote a lot of stories and filmed a lot of videos with different film teams down at the Kennedy Space Center. We had a ball recording a lot of these launches, and I may have, and not may have, I have fully lost track on how many launches that we were there recording, filming, and photographing, but it's somewhere between the upper 30s and just below 40. So through that time, I got to interact and rub elbows with all sorts of astronauts, moonwalkers. Not many of those left, but they tended, a lot of them tend to spend a good amount of time down at the Kennedy Space Center. So fun to truly spend some time with humans that have touched another celestial body outside of Earth. Though I do love Earth, it just makes it a little extra special when you can go outside of it, since it's a capability that we don't, currently have, but we're working towards. So yeah, a lot of that work involved kind of creatively looking and analyzing how NASA tells their stories, and trying to see and build alternative routes that I thought that the agency couldn't quite tackle. So, making different video productions in detail about certain science experiments, certain rocket launches, things like that, to try to bring in a general audience. And really the driving factor here in all of this is that this is just very important to me. And one of my favorite space-related people, Carl Sagan, this is something that I find myself saying it very often. If you are in love, you want to tell the whole world. And with the overall sector of space, the umbrella, it is something that is particularly important to me. So telling that story and sharing that awe and sense of wonderment that can come from working in aerospace, seeing a rocket launch, or staring up at the stars and thinking about what is out there, has a way of impacting the mind and forcing you to certain styles of thought. So for me, it's a very important thing to share that not only with my close friends, but it became the core kind of driving motive for why I spend so much time trying to tell everyone else about the new things we're doing here at NASA. And it is a very important thing to help spread the good word. So moving forward into one of the real neat parts of that, and we're not going to spend a ton of time here in the past, but one of the neat parts about that journalism career, the rocketry industry had kind of built itself up to a precipice of being at the point of being ready for a quantum leap of change and technological advancement. So through my few years, 5 years of taking pictures, interviewing Elon Musk and his team, and the true brains behind SpaceX, I should say, Gwynne Shotwell, she's an absolute powerhouse, talking with those people and getting a really comprehensive view of how a launch provider goes from being a fledgling rocket company that was sometimes successfully launching rockets to not only launching rockets successfully, but developing a brand new technology that the industry had been wanting so bad, reusable rocketry. We call this VTOL, vertical takeoff and landing. This is something that has, in the last few years, had a drastic impact on how the overall space industry works altogether. And really the baseline of it is it's drastically reduced cost while drastically improving capability. So when you think of any other form of transport, you jump on a train, you jump on a bus, you jump on a plane, you ride a bike, you do any form of transport, you're going to use it again after. You're not just going to slam it into the ground, blow it up, and then build a brand new bike after you get to destination. So this kind of development was logical, extremely logical. And it just happened to be that technology at the time and a team motivated enough, those two things coincided, and now we're seeing SpaceX as a primary brand leading in a number of aspects of launch providing, and that's something they're very good at, providing a launch service. And just a quick reminder, launches are designed to send a payload to a location. So SpaceX is a very important entity, and overall their skill set that they provide allows us at the agency, at NASA and all of the other world's agencies to take our hands and reach them further into space and have more control and capability. If it costs less to send something to space, it means you can send more of it to space quickly. So we're just going to quickly move through a couple Sorry about that. That was user error there. I pulled the eject button from this meeting. That is my bad. Apologies, everyone. So a couple of these are my behind-the-scene photos from those years as a photojournalist. So, being inside the launch complex, inside of the security fence, staring face first into a spacebound rocket is really a truly captivating thing. And some of these pictures are documenting that process. And one of the fun ones that you see there down in the middle in the bottom right pane is the debut, the first flight of SpaceX's Falcon Heavy rocket, a profoundly capable heavy lift launcher that has just come into the industry in the last few years, drastically improving SpaceX's heavy lift capability. So a few more fun pictures here. Looking down in the bottom right, we're flying above the Kennedy Space Center and also the Cape Canaveral Air Force Station. Neat part about this experience is, when you fly above the Air Force's installations, they tend to get a little not so happy. So we had to make sure to provide a full clearance of flight path and reason for filming. And for me, this is one of the most profound experiences that I've ever had, to fly above the Kennedy Space Center. And not only the Kennedy Space Center, but fly above Cape Canaveral and look off into the coast and see history kind of crawling off into the horizon. You can see, the older launch pads crawling off into the horizon up in the air there. So really, this is just kind of to depict an overall picture that space for me has, it's always been a driving factor. I didn't really know exactly the path that I knew or that I was going to take, but I just knew that it was a bit of a guiding star for me, something that I always wanted to be involved in. And, for a while I sat around thinking, I was a bit helpless and like, why, NASA will never need me. What could they possibly need in me? A creative, someone that writes. And the reality is there's places for people like me, places for people like you, places for people like anyone within the World Space Agency. There's people turning a wrench, of course. There's people building this and that, doing all kinds of crazy science, but there has to be people telling the story. And there has to be people managing the people in HR, people managing teams. All, the way you get to Mars, the way you get to the moon, or the way you build a space telescope like the James Webb Space Telescope is through the cooperation of of a mass amount of people that are all really good at their job. And one of the cool things about working at the agency, and I will say this is one of my favorite things, is we're all relied on to do what we're good at. We're all relied on to, I'm a writer, I'm a creator, I'm a talker, I'm a teller. My job is to take all these neat things and share them out with the world. And the engineers and the techs on the team that are building and working with restricted technology and crazy things that you could only imagine of, they rely on me to tell their story, and that's a cool thing. So throughout all points of this presentation, I'm just going to make sure to remind people the importance of creators, especially for a grand story like NASA. So I need to take a pause here, and we all know this fella. Troy, just wanted to make sure to create, just a moment of thanks here. You've had a really remarkable impact on my career trajectory to NASA, and you helped to provide confidence and belief in someone that at times on their path to NASA didn't quite believe in themselves. So, through allowing me to be involved in this festival and allowing me to be in the same room as the NASA personnel that you also invited to this festival, that I ended up having building a good relationship with, and those people ended up helping guide me further into the agency. So I just need to make sure to tell you and all the people that may be watching this broadcast, you never really know where things might take you, and helping someone out. You never really know what doing something kind for somebody else might do for their trajectory. So I can't thank you enough, and I certainly wouldn't be working here at NASA if you hadn't believed in me and allowed for me to be continually a part of this festival. And you're just a good friend. So I just wanted to make sure, spend some time to make sure to say that. So in the next slide, as that pulls up, we had a video prepared, but we're just going to move forward considering some of the technical difficulties that we've had. No problem though. So when we talk about space and science and telescopes, we start to really bridge on some of these inherently fundamental human questions. These are things that I think, and please, I would love for someone down in the chat, or correct me if I'm wrong, please tell me that you haven't thought about where we came from as a species. If you haven't, that would blow my mind. I feel that is an inherently human thing to wonder, to stand on the edge of an ocean and wonder what's beyond the bend, to stand on the top of a mountain and look out into the horizon and wonder what is on the other side of those mountains. This is a basic human innate quality. And how do we drive at these questions? How do you answer questions that seem insurmountable, ones that you don't think you could ever answer? Really simply, the basic thing about it, the fundamental action is you begin looking. And the cool part about this space telescope mission that I'm assigned to is a looker. It's a telescope designed to look out for wild, exotic, old, ancient things sitting out there in the cosmos that we didn't previously have any line of sight on. And if you think about how exploration works, how you go from standing on one side of the ocean from going to the other, usually all of these actions, all of these verbs that happen after observations are made. You have to know where you're going to be able to begin a journey. So when you think about a space telescope, it may seem so far away from what you may be interested in. The truth of it is, if you want to go to a different galaxy, go hang around another star, go visit an exoplanet orbiting a far away star in a different galaxy, likely the path to that location is going to come through what we call a process of multi-messenger astronomy, through using telescopes to figure out where you're going. So we're going to start talking about this big space telescope, the James Webb, that we anticipate is going to absolutely revolutionize the entire industry. This is a textbook rewriter. This is something that forces all the scientific chapters in astrophysics and space science imagery. You got to rewrite them fundamentally because of the impacts anticipated from the Space Telescope. So we've talked a little bit about the Hubble Space Telescope through previous parts of this presentation. It's a little bit of an apples and oranges comparison because the Hubble Space Telescope was designed specifically to look in visible light. That's what we're looking at each other right now with, visible light. Learned in school is the Roy G. Biv scale. I'm sure some of you remember that. But the James Webb Space Telescope is geared specifically to infrared light. And to think about infrared light, that's just basically heat. You're radiating infrared, light and heat, essentially coming off your body. If you ever gone to McDonald's and ordered some fries, they were keeping them warm with infrared heaters. So the James Webb Space Telescope is designed specifically to look in the infrared spectrum. So that's why I call it a little bit of an apples and oranges. But if we're to compare technical capability of those two space science telescopes, Webb is 100 times more powerful. So the next quantum leap in space science observational capability. A neat factor of this, in addition to being 100 times more powerful, James Webb is also half the weight and has a wealth of more deployable components and far more advanced just because they're newer technology. Remembering that Hubble has been up there zooming around the Earth, hanging about 350 miles up in space for about the last 30 years. So we've been able to develop and cultivate our capabilities quite a bit further in that time. So this is a bit of just a quick diagram to tell you about the 4 basic components of Webb. So we're going to start on the top right here. We're looking at the primary mirror. It's a 6.5 meter across primary mirror. And when you think of, I'm going to say this again, primary mirror, it is designed to collect photons. And photon, you can think of that as light. So if you are to compare a telescope with a bucket standing outside during a rain shower, if you have a small bucket, that one's going to collect a certain amount of raindrops. If you have a larger bucket, you can bet that large one is going to be able to collect more raindrops. So really the driving force behind Webb is to give it the biggest bucket you could possibly imagine to catch as many of those photons that have been coming at us throughout quite an expansive time. And we'll get into a little bit more of how old the light is that we're going to be catching with this observatory a little bit later. Looking up in the top left, we've got our integrated science instrument module. This is essentially the brains behind the observatory. This is where 4 hyper powerful, we call them instruments. It's essentially what you could call analogous to like the insides of a camera. Webb is a big, giant space camera with infrared capability dialed in with crazy technology. So there's 4 different instruments up in that top left, and they're all designed to digest different parts of the infrared wavelength that Webb is designed to look in. So down in the bottom left, we've got the sun shield. And this is a piece of the observatory that I feel, and this is just a personal opinion here, I feel the sun shield is one of the most pioneering aspects of the observatory. But since the mirrors are so cool looking, it doesn't tend to get as much showtime or face time since those hexagonal mirrors have a bit of a kind of quality to them. But we as an agency and as a country are getting pretty good at science and optics, the 2 pieces that we talked about earlier. But this sun shield is the largest of its kind ever built, and one of, if not the most challenging pieces of a spacecraft the agency has ever attempted to build. This is something that provides an extreme capability to the observatory. Its inherent design and function is to shield the optics that we were just talking about in the instruments from the intense light of the sun. So when you want to think about where this is a space science observatory, so it's going to be going out in space. And when you're out in space, you don't have an atmosphere, and there's no day and night. It is day all the time. So this observatory will be out there combating, or it'll be defending against a large fusion reactor that's not going to be setting anytime. So the sun shield in the bottom essentially serves the same function as this is what we call baffle, the cylindrical tube. When you look through a telescope, typically a cylindrical tube is essentially it's something that insulates the observatory from any stray light. So if you can imagine, if you were taking a picture and you came and took a flashlight and shined it directly into the lens when you're trying to take a picture, you would get the most detailed image. So this sun shield helps to keep that flashlight from shining into any of our instruments. And really one of the wild parts of it out in space, it's designed to cool it down. So it creates a 600-degree temperature differential. It helps the observatory cool down 600 degrees passively just by blocking the sun out. So this animation, or not animation, this time-lapse video is a really neat part of the observatory's life cycle. This is when we went from concepting into building the big real deal. So this time lapse that we're looking at, it's neat, visually captivating, but we're talking to what I think is a very creative crowd here. If you're at a science fiction film festival, likely you've dabbled in film production and you know what it takes to make these kinds of things. So this is just another glowing example that we build the telescope, yes, and it's a magnificent structure, but you need a team to be able to document this historically. This is an archive. You need to be able to have the teams that spend the time to historically document this and tell the story truthfully, but also in a captivating way. So yeah, I just wanted to make sure we're gonna harp on that subject a lot through the rest of this presentation, but I just wanted to make sure to say that again. So this image provided by one of our in-house photographers, and again, I assume there's a percentage of you out there they're likely photographers. I was a photographer and a videographer, video producer. So one of my favorite images of the observatory, and this shows the top end of the optics that we were talking about a little bit earlier. The bottom of the spacecraft hadn't been fully assembled and attached, but yeah, just using this as another opportunity to highlight that yes, we built an extreme machine here, something that will provide a capability that no one else currently has, but we have people along the way helping tell the story. Now, this diagram is to just give us a little bit of a visual representation about one of the unique and what has proved to be one of the most challenging parts about this observatory. And we talked about Webb needing a big bucket, a big collector, and the size of the mirror that we needed in its fully extended form wouldn't fit inside of the observatory, or inside the rocket that, or really any rocket that has ever been available. It's just too big. So we actually worked with origami master artists to have their art influence the folding design. This is we call Webb a bit of a transformer. It's the most complex deployable space craft that we've ever attempted as a species. And we don't get to say that very often. That's a neat thing. This is some of the best technology we as a species have ever created. And it will provide profound world-changing science, but it is technically an engineering masterpiece. The amount of deployments that is required to go from this folded for flight formation that we see in this diagram. We can see it resting on top of an Ariane 5 rocket. It's folded down hundreds of different ways. And just to give you a bit of scale and size here, the Webb Observatory is just over 3 stories tall. It's a behemoth, and it's got the wingspan of a tennis court. So it's a big machine. So this is an animation, a little bit of an older animation that our graphics team, our animations team, built to show the launch and how the observatory will come to life. So now we're imagining launches just happen, and this is to give you a visual representation of that transformer-like process this observatory will go through when it's in space. So this is definitely one of the most challenging, technically and complex space science observatories. It is the most challenging we've ever attempted at the agency. So we can see down in the bottom left, we've got a line chart showing it flying from the Earth beyond the moon. We began this talk about L2, and L2 is a special place in orbit that we're sending this observatory. So we can see it's coasting beyond the moon now. It is you can see the time in the top, the amount of time that it takes to make these deployments. So just to give you a visual representation of how this thing unfurls and becomes fully alive when it's in space. So this next animation that's coming up, and I think we are going to have our audio cut back in. We had a little bit of an audio challenge here, but the audio is going to come back in shortly, so we'll try not to overlap. Just going to give this a quick listen. I'm not sure I hear it. All right, so hey, we're doing this live, y'all. So
and always below it, so that sun shield can catch and block all that light.
There we go. So I'm going to mute myself here, and then we're going to continue on.
Obscure the images. So this is a really fun depiction, again, of L2 or Lagrange point 2. Out there, it's technically orbiting the sun, and it's in a really unique position where the tug of the Earth and the tug of the sun tends to keep it right out there in that location in space. So you don't need to spend a ton of fuel in what's called station keeping it where you want it. So moving into the next slide. And on this slide, we've got a little bit of a visual representation of where Webb will be in orbit in between the planets in its direction or field of regard. So the Webb Space Telescope will be right packed in between Earth and Mars, as you can see to the left side of this diagram, and it'll always be looking outward, meaning that it does have the capability to analyze Mars. It has the capability to analyze the asteroid belt. It has the capability to analyze Jupiter, Saturn, all of the celestial bodies outward from the Earth. The Webb Space Telescope will have the capability to observe. So moving into this next, oh, there we go. There's the visual arrow. Its field of regard and where to look. There we have it. So moving into some kind of personal notes and why this mission resonates so much with me. So there's a number of reasons. I very much love this job, more than I possibly can say. But aside from being what we call a powerhouse for exploration, and all of the wild signs that we anticipate for it, for me, Webb is a physical manifestation of the best our species, the human species, is capable of doing. And I find hope in that. I find hope in that significantly. When you have a physical manifestation, you have thousands of people pouring their life and their soul and their life force into this very mission. To me, I find that inspiring. And when we're building this telescope, we're, the technicians and engineers are slamming up against the wall, very literally, of what is and what isn't possible. This is a telescope that has challenged the agency and challenged its technicians in a way that we have not seen before. But our team has persevered through quite an array of challenges to be able to build something exotic, extreme, and fully capable to do a really wild and profound job out there in space. So for me, this is a manifestation of hope, a symbol of hope. And, you could say that, this is an opinion, but I think this is something that we need as a species, something to look forward to look up to inspire us, and to provide captivating imagery that has a way of blowing the lid on your mind and making you think about just how big things are out there. And it has a way of imbuing awe into the human mind. And when you get shaken outside of your frame of reference and reminded that you're a very small entity on a very small planet living next to a humdrum star in the vast void of space in one of those, one of the outstretching arms of the Milky Way, it has a way of impacting the way you view the world, and through that, how you act as a human. So, and as an extension to that last slide, I want to bring up something that I don't really think gets as much attention as I think it should. The process of building Webb, the largest space science telescope and challenging and complex of its kind, it required a breaking of the mold, so to say. Webb was too large to fit in many of NASA's chambers. And these chambers are designed to test and shake and vibrate the observatory in the same way that it would when it's riding a rocket to space. It also tests all of the various thermal environments, hots, the colds. All of these chambers required to validate the spacecraft for flight. We needed to enlarge them and upgrade them and increase their performance to match the numbers that this observatory would be experiencing in space. So not only did we build a ground breaking observatory that will go on to change history, I'm sure of it, we, in addition, made a significant investment into NASA's capability to build the next one and to build other large, challenging spacecraft. So part of what I'm attempting to do here in this overall presentation is explain a little bit about my non-standard path into the agency. And a goal of this is to help show many of you out there that you don't have to be some rocket scientist or some engineer that works on classified exotic technology. You don't need to be a Nobel Prize scientist to work at the agency. Really what I'm trying to do here in highlighting some of these components of telling the story is to make sure to underline the importance of a team. One of my favorite parts about working at NASA is we have teams, really effective teams filled with people that are just really good at their job, really good at it. We have some of the best photographers, we've got some of the best engineers, we've got some of the best scientists, and we're all really good at what they do. And we all kind of lean on each other. We rely on the engineers, and by we, I'm saying me and the communications team, we rely on the engineers to build the spacecraft and the vehicles and the components, and they rely on us to help bridge the gap, because sometimes building an astrophysics machine that's going to look 13.5 years into the cosmic history, that has some challenges in getting it communicated to the public. So one of my favorite parts about working at NASA is you're relied on to perform your role as part of a large team, and it has a way of yielding pretty exceptional results. So to talk about some of the challenges inherently involved in working on a mission like Webb, it's a very important mission for the agency. So we need to be very particularly careful with the style of messaging that we use, the style of imagery, and we need to make sure to create both a storyline that is fun and endearing and engaging for the public, but is also one that is historically accurate. There is what empowers this observatory to be so powerful is a lot of technology that we can't get into the detail of. So there's a lot of things that we need to weave around to be able to tell this story. And talking a little bit about some of the challenges for me transitioning from a freelance style worker working in a government agency, there's some challenges that happen in that kind of transition. But I do have to say I am exactly where I need to be. I love it here, and I'm just so happy that I found my way into the agency. So this tells us. So talking about now we're going to drive into more of my realm, the communications in how we talk in some of our desired goals with this mission. So really, that obviously a personal goal, but we've got a number of people on the communications team that help tell the story of web. And really, the big goal is to make it a household beloved name. We want everyone to know what it is. And we all genuinely feel once you start to see what it is and read into it a little bit of its story, that you'll be hooked. So that's really something that is high on our target list, is trying to bring this to the forefront of awareness of as many people as we possibly can, using as many of the mediums as we possibly can. So primary objective, obviously, for communications is to raise awareness. And this, we have been implementing this as a very large communications team. We've got, gosh, dozens of people on the team, and we've all targeted various different roles in how to raise awareness in video production and photography and press releases and social media and interviews and one-on-one engagement and STEM education and presentations to schools, and the list goes on and on. So there's a number of different strategies here at the agency that we're implementing to be able to effectively increase awareness of the observatory. So I'm going to pause here. There's an opportunity to play a video. If not, I'm going to go ahead, if we're unable to on the back end, I'm going to go ahead and try to play it from here, and we'll just take it step by step. Just going to jump in briefly here. It looks like and this is entirely my fault here. I've been working remotely on the West Coast. It doesn't look like the audio is playing for this here video. So I'm going to provide a link for this at the end, so you can make sure to see it. Wanted to apologize here. All of these technical issues, I'm going to go ahead and take the blame for here. Definitely not the festival's fault. Just been a little challenging running in between facilities here. We've been quite busy trying to make sure to get this telescope fit and ready for flight. So yeah, I just wanted to make sure to point that out. So what this telescope is doing, or what this video is doing, is talking through a lot of the scientific capability of the observatory, what it's capable of doing, what it's designed to do, and some of the challenges that have existed along the way. In order to build a telescope like this, we had to invent 10 brand new technologies that didn't previously exist. They didn't exist. And we had to go ahead and invent them. And then after inventing them, we had to go on to use them. But before using them, you have to test them. And with things that you invent, typically you have to also invent ways to make sure to test that they are okay. So a long process of getting your way to being able to build. But what this this video is talking about is some of the scientific goals of the observatory. One of the particularly exciting aspects of this mission is it's going to be looking at what we call the point of reionization in the early universe, and this happened a few 100 million years after the Big Bang. And actually, the gentleman who confirmed the Big Bang, Dr. John Mather, who you actually just saw briefly in this video, he prefers to call it a rapid expansion. So after the point of rapid expansion, there was a point what we call the reionization of the early universe. And this is when the first stars and galaxies popped into existence. The very first, and when we think about cosmic history, seeing the first in this time particularly exciting. Yeah, looking at moving forward into different capabilities, the observatory is also designed
to look at early black holes and how they form and interact in the early universe. A neat aspect of these early stars and early black holes is they operate very differently than they do now as we see them. So when you start thinking about how to build a full cosmological model, and really that's just like gathering up as much information as you possibly can about the world out there, in space out there, I mean to say. We need to see these fundamental beginnings to be able to compare and contrast from what we see and what happened in the early universe. These are some of the fundamental ways we arrive at those big questions that we were talking about at the beginning of this presentation. Where did we come from? Where did we come from? Something that I think all of us here, and I hope you're still tagging along with us. I think everyone here, again, I'm going to harp on this again. I think we've all thought this in some point of our life. And this is humanity doing its best, investing in the infrastructure and the machine to go and try to break open those fundamental questions that have been part of, I mean, just about every generation you could think has been influenced by it. So it looks like we've got a little audio coming. Well, we're back out, but no problem. This has actually been really fun to be here live with you. I'm actually quite enjoying the time that I'm spending with you also. Thank you for doing that. And it looks like we may have paused in the video, so we'll keep going forward. No problem. So while the video takes a moment to load, we can talk about. So we only dove into one of the or two. I mean to say two of the scientific goals of the James Webb Space Telescope. Oh, here we go. There we are. Perfect timing. Thanks. I'm going to cut myself out, and then I'll keep along.
Early galaxies and stars was ejected about 13.5 billion years ago in cosmic history. And our observatory has been designed to be able to catch some of those ancient photons and be able to create images from them. So moving on, we've got studying galaxies throughout all of cosmic history. So really to get down to how humans interact and how we are having, this time together, you need to have a full cosmological model that goes from the beginning to where we are now, and Webb is going to help really fill out a lot of the missing details. And getting into another fun aspect of Webb, Webb has the capability using infrared observation to punch through a lot of things that would obscure other observatories. So when you want to look at how a star forms in a star forming region, if you were to use visible light observation like the Hubble Space Telescope uses, you would only catch images of the gaseous outside of those star forming regions. And if you use infrared wavelength observation, you're able to effectively punch through those gaseous clouds and see the internals of those star forming regions. So incredibly exciting. In addition to that, Webb has the specific capability to sniff atmospheres of planets that are very far away, that we call exoplanets. It has the distinct capability to determine if some of those planets have the key components that we know eventually develop into life as we know it: carbon, nitrogen, and oxygen. So extremely interesting capabilities. So some visual representation of those four primary scientific pillars that Webb will approach. So we were talking about star forming regions just a moment ago, and this is a great visual representation of a star forming region as imaged on the left with visible light, and then on the right with infrared light. So you can see how infrared is able to punch through a lot of that gas and interference and gather a lot more detail that isn't available if you use different styles of observation. So infrared gives us capabilities to see through things that we previously couldn't. So this next picture shows part of where Webb will be looking, and one of those we already spent a good time talking about it. First stars and lights stars and galaxies to have popped into existence. This is what we are referring to when we mention first light and reionization. So we talked about the assembly of galaxies. That is going to be something that Webb specifically spends a lot of time on observing, both early galaxies in cosmic history all the way through galaxies that are much more closer to us in cosmic time altogether. So we mentioned this briefly, but using transit spectroscopy, the observatory gathers details about far off
Wow.
Oh, looks like we're out again. I'll jump in. So transit spectroscopy gathers detail about these planets as they pass in front of their host star. So the light that you observe coming from that star is actually going to dip a little bit when the planet passes in front of it. And that has a way, we use a specific style of science that helps give us a lot more information about that planet. And if you think of the path of light, and if that planet has an atmosphere, so if light is coming from that star and it goes through that atmosphere and it continues going on through space to us, we're able to analyze that atmosphere and tell about some of its base components.
to pull out. There's some
So I think we may have pause there for a moment. Yeah, it looks like a video kind of cut out, no problem. Just another teaser that we can make sure to show you at another time. So this is a good one to jump on here. A True Hope. Yeah, really the reason why I wanted to make this presentation is to help illuminate the path to others that have had that thought. For me, there was a self-confidence issue for a long time. I didn't think that I was something that the agency ever would have interest in. And it's really just because I wasn't looking holistically or comprehensively at all of the agency does. I was, of course, captivated by the science and the rocket launches and the astronauts in the blue suits. How could you not be? But I wasn't aware that, I just wasn't even thinking about it, that there's so many storytellers here that exist to tell these magnificent stories. And really the people that are doing the job, they need to focus on that. And they have to have people like me and you all out there to help tell the story. So we're jumping into some ways to get involved here. So all of our video team, we've got quite a large video team, and I keep saying video team because I want to place this in your mind that this is something that the agency has. We have video teams for a lot of missions. We've got video teams for a bunch of the different NASA centers throughout the country. So for us specifically with the James Webb, every time they go out to the lab, the clean room, to talk to some A or B scientists, they cut a lot of footage that they, of course, turned into a well-curated NASA product that we use in press releases, on social media, all that stuff. But with all the B-roll that doesn't make it to that formal production, we put that in our archive. And that archive is free for use. And in fact, we're all on our team, we encourage you to go check it out. In my own personal experience is you get to see some really neat angles on spacecraft as exotic as Webb, and you've seen some pictures. So getting all these different angles and the ups and downs, and again, we encourage you to use it. So this is material as video creators. If you're thinking forward leaning, into maybe making some sciencey kind of things, you've got access to the agency's premier space science observatory and weeks, if not months, of archival B-roll footage that could be pretty fun to play around with. So another way to get involved moving forward, creative content developed by people outside of the umbrella of the agency. We have a way of highlighting and putting that on our government showcase channels. Something that we use is specifically on Webb is something called JWSTR, and we'll get into that briefly a little bit later. But we as an agency are definitely trying to keep aware of creators out there that are talking about the things that we're doing. And of course, there's certain things that we can't retweet or republish, as a government agency. There's certain lines that, we need to stay within. But we love to see what is being created about what we're doing, and we want to see it. And if it fits within those guidelines, there is absolutely opportunities to amplify and show it through our channels on NASA.gov, and just start to think about the hundreds of millions of followers that we have within our follower basis. So this is something I'll talk about quickly, but ways into NASA, yeah, it seems kind of impossible a lot of the times when you just sit down and think of, how am I going to go work for people that launch things to Mars, actual robots, to nuclear-powered robots to Mars? How am I going to go work for them? That seems like a really tall task, but I just encourage you to start breaking it down into different components, and we're going to make a dissection between different kinds of NASA employees. I myself am a contractor. I do not formally work technically for the government itself. I actually work for a contractor who is hired by NASA. So it's a little bit of a kind of an in-between, but there's also civil servants that work directly for the federal government. And the reason why I make this distinction is it's much more difficult to, off the bat, get a civil servant job working for NASA. There's not a lot of those around. And the reality is, contractors like myself, a lot of us are competing to get those jobs. And there's not many of them to go around because, there's good benefits all around. It's something that you want. So working for contractors is a good idea to try to break yourself into, the first door, and you can figure out where you're going to go in the next one. So if you live in Maryland, start to look at, or actually a way to more comprehensively look at this is just start Googling which NASA center is near you. And then you can Google which contractor services NASA in that location. There's hundreds of contractors out there, and you got to imagine that there's going to be a lot of roles. There's up, down, left, and right, every role that you can possibly think of. All of these contracting companies, they have a need. And outside of that, you've got companies like Boeing and Lockheed Martin and Northrop Grumman. They themselves are also looking for people within the space industry. So I myself work for a contracting company called X3M. We've got just over 100 employees under our umbrella. Not all of us work for NASA as contractors, but just an example of kind of a random sounding company providing services to NASA. And just to give you an example that you don't have to tap on the government's door to get the job. You can tap on a little bit smaller of a door, potentially a local company that's looking to hire and fill slots. So that's something to keep in mind. So I just want to make sure to take a moment to get my charger, and I don't want to lose you here. So stand by. There we are. Whew. Narrowly lost it, but yeah. So ways to seek employment. This is illuminate a bit more, and you gotta go do it. You got to give it a try. Able to make that happen. I'm going to further on in this presentation give you my email, and I full-heartedly encourage that you contact me. I definitely am going to be busy as we're going to be launching a nearly $10 billion mission to space later this year. But it has always been one of my goals to keep the line of communication open to any of those out there. So I think I need to find one more charger here. So stand by with me. Apologies, I'm on work travel here out in Los Angeles. So I'm just trying to find a charger while we move forward. Unless I think I'm charging from my car. There we go. Good. So yeah, looking into something that another way to get involved. Something art. This is the hashtag that has curated millions, if not tens of millions of views. This is a intentional reach out to people outside of NASA's umbrella to make and create art that is inspired by our mission. So it doesn't have to be something that is precisely on the scientific lines. You can make something fun and creative. We've got all sorts of manifestations that we showcase on our NASA proper channels to highlight the artist, and it's a great way to have a nice interaction with the audience. So this is another video. It looks like we may have lost a little bit of the audio, but still visually captivating, and the captions will guide us along just as much as we need. This one's long, and it gives a visual representation of the path. So the next giant leap worth the wait. So I think we're going to be moving into questions here in just a moment. Yeah, we've got social on how to follow us. One or two more slides here. I just want to make sure to tackle the questions that came up down in the comment box. So let's let this one move forward to the next slide. It should be just a few seconds. Bear with me, y'all. There we go. Thank you. And then yeah, there it is. So let's hang on this one. Let's press pause there. This is my government email. This is my official real deal. So talk to me. I don't know you yet, but I want to serve as an open door to creators like me. I think I'm just making an assumption here, but if you're at this film festival, you're probably like me and like Troy above me in the video box above. So please, let's talk. And I'm not gonna promise anything. Serve as someone that you can talk to inside to help illuminate the path a little bit. So I'm gonna.
Thaddeus. Hey, thank you so much, man. That's a big round of applause. You really navigated through that, man. That was navigating all the way through the asteroid field between Mars and Jupiter.
That was a lot.
Holy smokes, man. You had me, these were controls. Oh my goodness. A fantastic job. That was a toughie. But thank you also for the kind words. That was very nice what you said. The festival, it's part of our mission, man. We really try to make it work for people. Come and bring your works. NASA's been very, very generous with us. NASA has been very generous with us, over the years. So we're very thankful, and we're absolutely astounded. We're thrilled that you got an opportunity out of this and made a lot happen. So thank you so much for coming back. We love alumni, and you're a perfect example, another perfect example of it happening in the works. So let's open the floor.
Sorry, I think I lost the audio. Okay, there I'm back. I really apologize. I'm back. I lost audio there for a second.
It's fine. I know there's some questions below us here in the window. Dane's already at the front of the line.
Sure.
He has questions.
All right. Let's do it. Yeah, I definitely got time for
Dane,
one or two
identify
here.
yourself first. Tell us where you're he's staff with the festival, but most of us are scientists and he's an engineer. So Dane, let's
excellent.
Hey, Thaddeus. So I really enjoyed. Yeah, good to meet you too. I really enjoyed the talk. I have some history with NASA as a college intern. I used to work at what is now, what do they call it? Is it Glenn? It used to be Lewis in Cleveland. Yeah, and I've got buddies at Goddard as well, and in Houston. So I really enjoyed this talk. I've heard, I've seen some information about this mission, and I didn't appreciate that just how far out into space that this telescope was going. So it was really, really eye-opening, your talk. And it's interesting to hear your perspective from the communication standpoint and telling the story. And I guess my question is, do you see the public resonating with, like, what aspect of the story does the public tend to resonate with as you talk, whether it's James Webb or whether it's a different Goddard program? I'm just curious. Do they tend to identify with one aspect versus another?
Yeah, great question. And sometimes it's hit or miss. Sometimes it can feel a little random. But my experience with Webb is we tend to talk about the extremes, the craziness of it. How there's a 600 degree temperature differential of passive cooling from the bottom to the top. The big stuff, the wow factors, that always lands. For Webb, I think it has a capability of serving as a bit of a symbol of hope in something that we may need in these times. But yeah, the delivery, you know, a lot of the times we rely on visual delivery methods to kind of draw you in, and then sprinkle in a little a bit of that narrative that we actually want to, you know, give you a little homework on the, you know, on the side. So yeah, we try to use captivating visual tactics, storytelling tactics, animations, using key people like astronauts to talk about certain things. So yeah, it's everyone's got really their own kind of approach. And for web, it's, you know, it's the first of its kind, the most for technologically advanced of its kind. So you know, all of these things really help to make it a little bit easier to talk about, if I'm being honest. You know, there's a bunch of different missions that NASA's doing, but the fact that this one is so wild and expensive and big and cool looking, and the fact that it'll be tackling scientific firsts and seeing things that we have never seen out there in the cosmos, it just, you know, it kind of sells itself a little bit.
I love the way that art has been kind of sprinkled in your whole presentation. You know, the use of origami as a to brainstorm how to unfold the shield. You know, you talked about Elon Musk, and you're showing images from SpaceX, and I'm thinking I saw that in Iron Man 2. I recognized the shop floor. You know, he did the cameo, and it's like this self-fulfilling prophecy where, you know, engineers like me were inspired by Star Wars. And,
so true.
And my goal is to one day create something that would reflect what I saw as a child. What inspired you? What inspired you?
Well, at first, I'd like to say that you're doing it. You're, you know, the real life Star Trek. Like you're part of the team.
Hope so. Yeah, hope so.
So what strikes? What about the question was? What about it? Like I fancy the most? Was that the question?
Yeah. Where did your inspiration come from?
Oh, where did my? Okay. Yeah. So, gosh. I guess I haven't like put a pin on exactly what it was, but I think I was a bit of a loner when I was growing up, and I didn't sleep all the time, and I grew up way out in the middle of nowhere, and as a way to keep myself busy, I just tended to go outside and take long walks in the middle of the evening, and that ultimately lended to move forward to like just sitting down in a field and looking up at the stars. And I would just sit there for, gosh, hours, days, if you look at the collective time. And I think the base of it is, it's just I'm a very curious person. I'm always thinking about what's around the corner, what's next, what's coming, what's over there, what if this and that. So when you're staring up there, you can just, the creativity, it just explodes, and there's no bounds. Like just about every crazy thing you could possibly think of has existed out there in space, or is going to, or does right now, and we just don't see it. So it is mass creativity, infinite. So I think that's my favorite part about it. And kind of where it comes from.
Interesting. That's awesome. Where do you find like there's a common story at the people you interact with at NASA in terms of their inspiration?
Yeah, with people a touch older than me, of course, Apollo was like, the hallmark name, of course. That was a mass inspiration for the majority of the people that I come in contact with. But one of the really neat things of all these people, these world changers, I sit across from the hall from the guy that fixed Hubble. He created the technology to fix Hubble. It's just pretty neat. The one thing that I find in all these people is a humility. Just a true, awesome humanness to these people. They've seen so much and done so much that it circles around to them being good people. And, that's one of the things that I like the most.
Wow. Excuse me. Interesting. I think you said that once Hubble was launched, they started planning James Webb. Does that mean later James Webb launches this fall?
Yes, end of this year. Yep.
End of this year. Does that mean that they've got what's next on the drawing board?
Oh yeah. Yep. It's actually already being built, and this is something that's decided by something called the Decadal Survey. Every 10 years, there's a mass analysis of NASA's capability of what they're able to see with their hardware. And it was decided at the time that infrared was a capability that, though NASA had it, they wanted to greatly improve it. So the decadal is planning out forward in advance. But the next big one that we've actually started to cast the hardware, we got the team, we're building their facilities, is called W-FIRST. It's also an infrared telescope, but as you could compare Webb as like a laser, a pinpoint laser with incredible capability. W-FIRST is a wide scanning observatory that's going to take really big gobbles out of the sky, but be armed with incredible new forward technology. So it's already being built. The next one is already on the way.
Wow,
That's amazing.
You said there were 10 new technologies involved in this, and
yeah.
okay.
Yep. So talking, and this is a neat one. So micro shutters, and don't want to take too much time on this, but one of the neat parts is a technology that was invented called micro shutters. Now I want you to think in your brain 100,000 windows, a lot of them, right? Like the amount of space that takes up doesn't matter. But now imagine all 100,000 of those windows have a mechanism in it to open on command. So there is a technology sitting over one of our sensors, and what it does is it'll sit in front of the sensor and it'll slowly close out different pieces of that micro shutter array to block out different lights and points of that would obscure the observations, and allow just a true beam of just that singular point of contact that you're looking at. So that is one of those exotic technologies that helps to empower and greatly improve the performance of our infrared sensors.
Okay. And I think you said the telescope will be able to resolve atmospheres.
It'll be able, yes.
Okay.
So this is a little bit outside of my field, but it won't have an intense capability to say like, hey, there's a green human walking down on that, on that planet. But we'll be able to tell the base core components, if there's oxygen, if there's carbon, if there, those base components that we know that life arises to, we'll be able to sniff those. And then it'll take another big telescope to look at that same thing. Like, hey, this one's interesting. Maybe life could live there. We'll take the next big one, look at it, and then be able to go from there.
Thaddeus, a quick question on that. So is it it's detecting these through a spectral analysis methodology?
Yep. Transit spectroscopy. Sorry, that's and spectroscopy. That's a tough one for me. Yes, sir. Yep.
So that being that you've got a planet passing in front of a star, and now you're detecting the difference in the light.
Yep.
I got you.
Yep, exactly right. And some of that light will actually pass through. If it has an atmosphere, it'll pass through that atmosphere, and those chemical components will knock out a little bit of that light, and we'll be able to tell if it has that carbon or the oxygen that we're looking for.
So does your role change once the mission is launched? Are you still telling the story? Are you still updating the public, or do you see yourself moving on to the next big thing, the next mission that's coming?
Gosh, I have invested a good part of my soul, so to say, in this mission. I love it in a way that is hard to describe. So the idea of leaving it is certainly challenging. My contract runs about 8 months after launch. And then they'll make a decision if they want to keep me on or if they'll place me on other missions. There's been some talks about where I might go, working on a Mars mission or working on an Earth-facing mission. But I love Webb in a way that is, it has become part of me. But my role, the stance will change a little bit. A little bit of my role is a little bit of a defensive stance, protecting the observatory in a PR sense by talking about how awesome it is instead of the challenges that it has been facing. We expect that I won't have to do much defending after the point of launch. People will get it. So yeah, we'll start talking about human highlights. We'll talk about the engineers involved, all the neat personalities. Some of the cool stories that didn't make it through the editorial, like this observatory has gone through, I think, 5 natural disasters in its developmental process. Part of it was inside of a cryo chamber in Houston, and it got hit by a hurricane. So there's been these stories that haven't gotten enough highlighting that we expect that we'll have a little bit more time to tell after launch.
That's awesome.
It's amazing. It's really amazing. You mentioned that there were some other platforms coming after this. How many did you? I missed that part. You said it's 10.
Platforms. I'm not sure I understand the question.
More space platforms, more telescope platforms coming.
The W first.
W first is the next one, big one coming down the chain, and what kind of big space observatory is made next is decided by something called the decadal survey. It happens every 10 years. So the timeliness in which the next flagship one comes along, it really dependent on a lot of different things, funding and workforce and facilities. So yeah, the timelines are a little challenging. I don't quite remember when W first was supposed to be launched offhand, unfortunately.
Wow.
Does this mean that Hubble, we're done with Hubble?
Absolutely not. So Hubble and us, we're going to be friends out there in the sky. We expect to be doing a lot of science together, looking at similar points in the sky, compounding our observations. They're visible light observations, and they've actually got a little bit of infrared capability. And we'll take their analysis and combine it with ours. So we're definitely not a replacement. We are a successor, and we need to make sure to make that distinction. We're definitely not a replacement. Hubble's going to be kicking for quite some time. Those gyros got a lot of juice left in them to keep pumping out science.
All right. Well, so let me ask you a question, Thaddeus. What do you think are some of the most ambitious projects that NASA has, publicly planned in the foreseeable future?
Yeah. So talking about like one that just landed. So the Mars Perseverance rover, Perseverance rover. That's the one I always have the challenge with both saying and writing. So an incredibly forward-thinking mission. That's a nuclear robot on another planet, size of a car. Pretty darn cool. So additionally, that's got a helicopter that's going to be taking drone shots, from above. So it's something that's going to be pretty neat. But an additional aspect of this mission is it's going to be collecting samples and putting them into, so to say, a little cargo safe. And then another mission is going to come down, land on Mars, and it's going to shoot it back at Earth. So this will be the first rocket launch on another planet to deliver a piece of Mars back to Earth. So that one's super exciting.
Well, everybody wants to know, how is it going to pass that canister, okay? Well, how's the football pass from one to the other? How's that happen?
That's a great question. I'm gonna have to look into that. That's if they end up hiring me for that mission, I imagine I'll start to understand those mechanics a little bit more. But sample return missions, we have done them before. We have a tendency to slam them down in the desert near Utah. So, for example, a mission that went to a nearby asteroid a few years ago. We call it OSIRIS-REx. It went to grab a piece of an asteroid way out there, and it's actually got the samples, collected them, put them in the cargo bay, and is now heading back to Earth. So the plan is for that to slam down in the desert outside of Utah, I think. Anyways, in that general location. So the mechanics of taking something from elsewhere and then slamming it back down into Earth in a capsule that insulates it from the violence of reentry and also impact. That's something that the mechanics that we have done before.
Awesome. Hey, it's gonna happen. Okay.
In terms of defending James Webb, what are the areas you find? Like, what are the concerns that you're protecting? Right, it's not a sample return, so it's not like it's a contamination. When you say we're returning something from Mars, I'm thinking, I've seen plenty of sci-fi movies about aliens.
Yeah,
I can imagine pushback there.
So a lot of the things that you're going to be looking at, and I feel like Troy is going to be able to answer in this in a little bit more detail than I'll be able to here. It's very easy to contaminate those samples. The microbiotics that live on this planet have a way of invading those samples and getting into it, and kind of altering them in a way that skews the data away from it being pure. And Troy, please jump in there and correct me
Well,
if
yeah.
I'm.
Yeah, depending on the type of analysis, let's just say we're looking at a mineralogical analysis. So there's enough materials in the atmosphere. Atmospheric deposition is concentrations of things in the atmosphere is enough, which could contaminate the analysis, because the instruments that are going to be used to analyze these specimens, they at the very least, it's going to be part per trillion. At the part per trillion scale, they're going to put them on some of the best equipment. So at part per trillion, you're able to look at the molecules in space,
yep.
in the vacuum of space. So, it's very easy to contaminate this stuff. It has to be shielded in so many different ways to preserve its contents.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Did I get it right?
Hey, that was my answer. So I think we're in line.
That's great. That's great.
Well, that's all we have for now, guys. Thank you so much, Thaddeus and Dane. Thanks for these excellent questions and insight and your professionalism on this. It keeps it at that level. Thank you. And let's please hang out, Thaddeus. There will be probably a little tailgate party later on this afternoon. Everybody's asking for it, and we're getting close. It's simple. It's basically a 1 hour hangout. In a Zoom room. So for all this goes for pass holders. So if you're a film pass holder, you're invited. Okay. So just be prepared for that, and please be around tomorrow for the big ceremony. We appreciate that.
Okay. Can you we'll talk offline. Yep.
It's tomorrow night from 6 to 8 on this same bat channel.
Copy. Got it.
Right, so on the Hello at MiSciFi YouTube channel, that's where it's going to happen.
Copy. Well, I just wanted to say thank you for the time. I really enjoy being here. I got a lot of respect and love for this film festival, and I look forward to being a part as it continues to grow.
That's fantastic. We thank you so much, Thaddeus.
It was fun. Thank you, Thaddeus.
It was a pleasure. Thank you. All right.
Bye for now. That was nice, Dane. Thank you.
Yeah, that was fun. Thanks for including me.
So we've got to jump to a commercial break, and after that, there'll be some cool music videos. We have Simone Annesinger, who is going to be available for people who want to meet her, have a Zoom call with her, ask her all kinds of questions. So that's coming up, and we will make sure that you have the link available for it. Okay. The links will be put in the comment field. All right, for now.
Qu'est-ce que c'est? Ça? Ça, c'est un cadeau de ma femme.
Oh, je vois, un souvenir.
Ouais.
Ils vous laisseront pas garder ça.
Hein?
C'est la première fois? Moi, c'est la 3e fois. J'ai pas eu beaucoup de chance jusqu'ici. 2 femmes, un homme, tous avec un boulot en moins. Un comble, quand même. Non?
C'est quoi cet endroit?
2217. A sequence of global revolutions has steered humanity to destruction. Those who survived fled underground and settled in special living facilities. Society has been subjected to a strict hierarchy. Only a daring few now possess the courage to come back. Don't come up with a plan to fight the system back, there will be no way out of the cycle.
Open the door! Open the door, help! Hello? Who turned out lights? Where am I?
You have completed the first of 3 tests. If you survive the remaining 2, you will be free to...
Let me out right now!
There is no way out. There's no escaping death. Unless you are willing to face it. All who survive find the courage in the face of fear. In that moment, you will know the truth.
What truth? I am the dark waters. I am the black matter.
Focus. What do you imagine? You've always had the power.
们是地球殖民舰昆仑山，是带着希望的人类殖民舰。我们的任务是到达彼岸。
对着深空，你们真的是毫无所知。
I do that when I'm nervous. It calms me down. I was nervous. I needed to calm down. It's only...
Only what?
It's only human.
You think that often, that you're human?
There's an old saying, you can't go home again. But my fury drives me back there, a chance to put right what once went wrong, against every odd. They say you can't go home again, but they're wrong.
加藤系统第3代传感器实验，5、4、3、2、1，中控中心核心区域，石杰伦办公室。
安娜。
系统所有的在线用户全部被锁死，都不出去了。如果锁死不解除，这些用户12小时之后就会全部脑瘫化。
这团是多少人
？27。
你要把我黑进去，我的 VR 人物被我爸爸杀了。
以为就你的强大吗？
别把我今天世界安装了毁灭程序。时间不多了，只有50秒。你们这群败物！ 让我第一次感受到，爱是真实的。我觉得我自己是最孤独的孩子。
我们一定要加紧了，要不然救人就来不及了。
This is Hugo Gernsback. Some of you may know him as this guy.
My grandfather was a seer. I mean, he was able to predict the future.
Some of the things he saw coming include Skype, interactive television.
He prepared the ground for what was going to be a huge, huge cultural influence.
Online dating, space mining, social networks.
He didn't just start the first science fiction magazine, he started the first 5 science fiction magazines.
Hoverboards, Superman, and spaceships with a familiar shape.
He pretty much defined the pulp era.
There was a kind of instinctive genius. It's instant, it's flashy, it's fast, it's colorful, and it's sexy as hell.
Although some would call him the greatest nightmare of science fiction.
It all starts with the idea that you can tell science through stories. And that's where wisdom comes from.
Hugo Gernsback's really got lost to history, and it is a shame that he's been forgotten in that respect, because he was trying to achieve something quite significant.
We need Gernsback now to restore the public's faith, trust, and hope in science.
There's nothing here. You and stop shushing me! Take that film off now!
Next time you get these. I got you. It's your shot, by the way. Oh, yeah? I know.
Grace, please.
Okay.
Okay, no peeking.
No peeking.
To go out there.
Yeah, I thought with your leg and the storms finally dying down, it could...
There's another storm coming, and we need to wait until the atmosphere's stable.
So another year?
By next birthday.
Mom!
It's not safe.
Yeah, I know. I've taken precautions for everything. Mom, I know I'm ready.
So did Evie.
So what am I supposed to do? Just stay here forever?
你现在需要的是一个强而有力的机械手背。
所以你打算要切了我的手？
just in between and only in between.
You got what you wanted. The machine is mine.
I have an idea. I have a serial number.
No! What?
We're not going to the biggest physics conference in the world without a human trial.
Do you really think a teleporting dog isn't enough?
I feel ready.
Let's begin.
I built these machines to your calculations.
This was your experiment. I'm staring at someone who claims to be my sister, but doesn't act like her. You need to send her back.
How's Ellie and Jack?
They're good. Ellie got married.
No way.
Yeah.
I never thought she would have gotten married before you.
I think about it. Didn't you propose to me?
We were 6 years old. It doesn't count.
So where did you run off to?
School, actually. Pre-med.
You're a doctor.
Well, not yet, but maybe someday.
You would be really proud.
Miss him.
Yeah.
Ooh, baby. My boyfriend's late. We never know.
Waking up, 1 in the morning, shoes on the feet, strange breathing. I had a nightmare and I asked for Jack. I had to take a nap cause I stayed up all night. 17, missed calls from the same girl, my girl. We had to eat a pizza with her cousin, but didn't hear my phone, it was on the buzzing. She is gonna trip when I call her back, but when I act like that's the aftermath. I know it happens often, I've already been in this situation. Waking up, 2 in the morning, shoes on feet, strange breathing, TV stuck on channel 24. It's not a nightmare, kids still don't want no war. Mother Nature isn't mourning, Hawaiian cold just flew away. 2016 for summer, less we lost man, the disco G-O-D-S. some pics of dish, hang my VJ, a PNG, bro. I really need to sip on some Alka-Seltzer, so maybe some trucks, but I find insane. Crying blue lights, not a red on the hands. If you're my brother, my cousin, you've probably been in this situation. Strange baby, deep inside a bird's lungs.
Alors, petite seigneur humaine, à présent, au garçon qui est le maître.
When the cops are here, I'm always scared for a reason. I need to call a friend. The witness about the strange breathing. Waking up, 10 in the morning, shoes on feet, strange breathing. Big love to my dark-skinned sisters, born and raised in this white guilt system. See, my people ain't no assistance. Banks steals us, beats and kills us. I can pay with a $50 bill without fools checking if it is real, cause we know what is real. And you don't wanna know how it feels. I can't wait till Friday night to spend the city and live my life. Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. I can't wait till Friday night. About the strange breathing when the on here. I'm always scared for a reason. I need to call a friend. The witness about the strange breathing.
watch us soar, and with love that conquers all, we'll win this battle, this last battle. We will win. We must win. We will win. We can win. We can watch us soar, and with love that conquers all, we'll win this battle, this last battle. We will win. We must win. We will win. We can win. We can win. Every day come fire was waking me up with where you escaping from. Every day bird calls, let me fall asleep. But memory comes to your mind. The blue night holds you tight like a mother. The silent light that shines on you. Whenever, wherever we are children of this Mother Universe, the morn comes when we lose our memories behind the night falls. When we get our memories back.
Elgato's Stream Deck is an incredibly intuitive, efficient, and fun addition to any broadcaster's arsenal, and used in conjunction with NewBlue's Titler Live, the Stream Deck takes title control off of your screen and puts it at your literal fingertips. This video will show you how to use Titler Live with the Stream Deck, which combines real-time previews of each title and gives you the tactile feedback of pressing a real, physical button. The basic steps of creating, assigning, and playing a title with the Stream Deck that we'll discuss today create an engaging sense of presence and connection with your broadcast that can't be achieved with software alone. If you're already familiar with the basics of your Stream Deck, then this video is for you. If not, you may want to familiarize yourself with it by watching the tutorial on Elgato's website. First, from inside your Stream Deck software, you'll need to download the Titler Live plugin. This can be done easily by clicking More Actions, navigating to Titler Live, and clicking Install. When the install completes, you'll be prompted with a dialog box asking you if you'd like to install the pre-configured profile that comes with the Titler Live plugin for Stream Deck. Click Install and then close the plugins list and you'll see a new canvas filled with Titler Live buttons. Alternatively, you could start a new profile, scroll down to the Titler Live menu in the action list, and drag the Play Title action onto a button in the canvas. With our buttons set up to receive an input, it's time to run Titler Live and create a title. We'll create a simple lower third by finding a suitable design in the library and dragging it onto the playlist. It's also a good idea to change its name for easy identification by double-clicking in the name field. Now, return to the Stream Deck interface. Click the Titler Live button in the canvas, and under Select Title, select your newly created title. When you do, a preview of your title will be displayed on your Stream Deck and can be pressed to play the title in and out. The colored arrow indicates the status of each title. Green means ready, yellow means animating, and red means live. Stream Deck's Property Inspector even lets you make changes to predetermined variables in your titles, such as text and color. Repeat this process as necessary to assign all of your titles to new buttons. Once all of your titles are assigned to the Stream Deck, you're free to minimize each program, allowing you to focus on what matters most: the broadcast. The features shown in this video barely scratch the surface of Titler Live or Stream Deck's full potential. Create entire profiles complete with individual folders to handle a variety of projects and scenarios. Preview webcam or NDI feeds directly on your device. Integrate live data into your graphics for a level of polish and professionalism not seen in even the highest level broadcasts. Together, Titler Live and Stream Deck create an unstoppable workhorse of broadcasting efficiency that streamline your workflow so effectively you'll wonder how you ever lived without it. Learn more about Titler Live and the entire library of broadcast and post-production solutions at newbluefx.com today.
The release of Boris Continuum Complete 2021 includes the most significant particle illusion update in years, with huge new features that benefit both motion graphics and VFX artists. So let's start with probably the biggest new feature, which is 3D. Particle illusion has always been a 2D particle system, but that's all changed now with new 3D tools giving you brand new creative options. Particles are converted to 3D with a single button click, which adds new built-in camera models to easily control the look of your simulation. And if you use After Effects and the Continuum plugin version of particle illusion, you can also use the comp camera to integrate particle illusion into your 3D scenes. And 3D can also be used to increase the usability of the presets in the growing particle illusion preset library. Turbulence is another great new feature in Particle Illusion 2021, enabling far more natural and organic movement of your particles. In this example, adding turbulence completely changes the look and feel of this simple area emitter. All particles have their own independent turbulence settings, which allows you to give each particle just the right amount of turbulence. In this example, I can fine-tune the smaller particles, giving them more natural movement without affecting the rest of the particles in the emitter. Super emitters also benefit from the new turbulence options, with free emitters having their own turbulence, which can be adjusted independently of particle turbulence for even greater levels of control. Turbulence can be added to existing presets to give them a more natural organic flow, and used to set up these kind of swarming style effects quickly and easily. The new Lines feature in Particle Illusion 2021 enables you to easily connect particles using lines in various ways, and is perfect for stunning motion graphics looks. New Connect options enable you to connect particles to the emitter, to their birth position, and also to each other. You can use lines to build whole new looks or completely change the way an existing preset looks. Deflectors have also been updated in Particle Illusion 2021, allowing you to create more realistic random bounce. In previous versions, particles would bounce off deflectors in a single stream, and it wasn't very realistic. But in Particle Illusion 2021, they bounce far more randomly, and can even be set to break on impact. And along with all of these massive new features, there are a host of smaller user interface updates and enhancements, which make it easier than ever to work inside Particle Illusion. And just a reminder, all of these new features have been added to the standalone version of Particle Illusion, which still remains absolutely free. So thanks for watching. For more information and to download the free standalone version of Particle Illusion and a free trial version of Boris Continuum Complete 2021, be sure to visit borisfx.com.
This is Hugo Gernsback. Some of you may know him as this guy.
My grandfather was a seer. I mean, he was able to predict the future.
Some of the things he saw coming include Skype, interactive television.
He prepared the ground for what was going to be a huge, huge cultural influence.
Online dating, space mining, social networks.
He didn't just start the first science fiction magazine, he started the first 5 science fiction magazines.
Hoverboards, Superman, and spaceships with a familiar shape.
He pretty much defined the pulp era. There was a kind of instinctive genius. It's instant, it's flashy, it's fast, it's colorful, and it's sexy as hell.
Although some would call him the greatest nightmare of science fiction.
It all starts with the idea that you can tell science through stories. And that's where wisdom comes from.
Hugo Gernsback's really got lost to history, and it is a shame that he's been forgotten in that respect, because he was trying to achieve something quite significant.
We need Gernsback now to restore the public's faith, trust, and hope in science.